Good morning, StarCraft fans, and welcome to Group C of the ASL. And this time around, helping me with the Protoss group of death, we do have Ret. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Nyoken, and hello to the stream as well.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that we're actually casting together, which I find surprising.
Yeah, we've always managed to avoid each other somehow, some way, but finally it's gonna happen now here.
Yeah, in one
Pretty
of our
exciting.
favorite, yeah, in one of our favorite groups, an all Protoss lineup, basically with one Terran, because both of us are Protoss experts here.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, but we're gonna make the most of it, and we did follow this game for about 25 years, so we should be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah, so our lineup today: rain, snow, speed, and mini. We've got all the Protoss killers here. That guy right there, Snow, he's actually my favorite Protoss right now. I don't think this guy can lose in PvT, but I've been told lately he's not playing up to snuff right now against Terran. He's been taking a lot of losses. I think that's probably accounted to. I think he recently had a kid, so you can understand that. But he's getting a rematch versus Speed from last season where he just absolutely crushed Speed, made Speed look like he didn't know what the hell he was doing in TVP. And ironically, Speed wanted to be put into this group again. I don't know why you would want to be put into another group with Snow, but I guess he's looking to get revenge.
Yeah, that was the game where I think that was the game where I've realized that you can actually dodge tank shots with a Reaver if you pick it up fast enough in the shuttle. So that was a crazy game. So if we get anything like that out of these two, then I'll be very happy. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. Like Snow is one of those guys that has been the top Protoss where Elo is concerned for like 2 years or something like that, but he just never goes far in ASL. So maybe this is finally going to be his season.
Yeah, last season I thought it was going to be the season, right? I think he got top four, but ended up running into Soul Key, who just doesn't lose, I guess. I mean, that guy's just crazy. He's looking like he could potentially be a three-peat winner. I know you're a huge fan of Sulky. You think he can do it?
I mean, to be honest, he's looking so good, and he looks almost like Bonjour levels of like untouchable right now. So if he does do it, then that's really really exciting. Because at what point does he like start challenging Flash as the best boot war player ever? How many ASL would he have to win? But he's definitely working on it.
Well, what is appealing about Sulky? Like what makes him stand out versus someone like Hero, for example, or Soma? Because Hero's my favorite Zerg. Like I really just think that guy's so good. But every Zerg player that I talk to, every single one, their favorite Zerg is Sulky.
Yeah, I think Sulky is just so surgical. Like when you watch him, I always liked watching him play because I felt like he didn't waste too many actions. It's not like he was playing with 400 APM like Effort does or Jaden does. He's not playing too fast, but everything he does is just makes perfect sense, and he very, very rarely makes mistakes. And besides that, he's just good at all the fundamentals. So I've always loved Sulky, even before he started winning all these ASLs. And it's just great to see him finally perform like he never has.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it again this season. We already saw him get out of his group, so he's already into the round of eight. Interviewers talking to Rain. I'm not really on the Rain train. I know a lot of people love Rain, but I think it's mostly because I know he's like a variety streamer. Like I think he's the better of the ones, the C and Calm and Harangi and that crew. Like he's clearly the best out of those, but I don't know if he can make it out of this group. He's got the best PvP win rate out of everybody. It's like 90% or something insane like that. But you're going up against Snow. You're going up against Mini. I mean, Mini has made the ASL finals like 3 times, I think. We haven't even talked about him, and he plays all types of styles. Like when you play versus him, you don't know what the hell this guy's gonna do. He's got the 400 APM like you're talking about. His multitask is absolutely wild. He had the insane game versus Barracks last season where Mini was dead, man, and then somehow he makes a miracle comeback with like 5 DT drops and almost brings it to a draw.
Yeah, Mini is a crazy player, and this group in general, it basically has three of the best Protoss players of all time in it. Like each one of them has won a championship or has been a championship contender. I guess Snow hasn't won a championship yet, but he's been in the finals So it's a really crazy group, as well as PvP being a little bit of a volatile matchup historically. Not quite like ZVZ, but still, like, there's the whole, like, do I go ops or do I go skip ops and then risk dying to DT? So it's going to be really hard to predict who's going to come out on top here.
And I remember when I was looking at some of Rain's games like a few years ago because I couldn't believe his 85% win rate PvP. There's a lot of times where he got what I would say build order countered. He would open DT, the opposing player would go observer, yet he had great DT movement, would somehow avoid the observers, still be able to win the game. I'm looking at the stat down here at the bottom. What does this say? This is... They're talking about Season 5, Round of 4 for some reason. Maybe it's another Protoss death group. I'm not sure exactly the reason for showing this, but we were talking about how most of the players here are champions. I do want to point out, in the StarCastTV Star League, which we are doing right now, Snow is back-to-back champion. He's won Season 1, he's won Season 2, and now we're in Season 3, where he's still in the tournament. So he could also be a 3-peat champion. Of course, StarCastTV Star League, not exactly the same as ASL, but if you look at the player list, I mean, it's pretty close. There's not very many people missing from that tournament. I don't know if you actually watched that.
I watched occasionally. I can't tell you that I really know what's going on right now, but I occasionally catch a few casts of you on YouTube. Okay. See some good games.
Yeah, I'm thankful that Best isn't in this PvP group. I've casted so many games of him recently, and I feel like every game I watch him play, it's a DT opener. So it's going to be nice to see what I hope to be not just DT openers every single game.
Yeah, from my limited understanding, it's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors. Like, if you open DT, you kill someone who skips Robo. If you open Robo, you kill DT, but you die to someone who might go like 4-gate, no detection.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as far as my PvP knowledge goes. That's how it used to be played. But I just looked up the Season 5, and they were talking about it because all 3 of these Protoss players were actually in the top 4 at that time. And Rain beat Snow in the final. So yeah, it's crazy that we have a group with 3 of these guys who have so much history, so many high place finishes.
Yeah, it's always insane to me to see the same players over and over and over.
Well, that was ASL. 6 years ago.
Yeah.
We just keep on going.
I guess you just do, and I guess they're just so far ahead of everybody else that nobody can really make a splash. You know, there's very few what I would call newcomers that have made a splash since Remastered. Of course, we have Soma. Everybody knows him. Sens, Zealot. I would argue Speed, because I didn't really know about Speed, but I know he was, I think, on Samsung a long time ago. And then after that, I mean, who's really made a name for themselves since Remastered? I mean, nothing really. Maybe Barracks, but he was on KT, so I don't even know if he counts.
Almost everybody was involved with Caspa in some capacity before, like either on the team or as an amateur or, you know, maybe as an online practice partner. But yeah, I don't really know about any newcomers. What was Soma doing before StarCraft 2 came out? Do you know?
I didn't even know who
StarCraft really late?
I didn't even know who Soma was. So I have no idea what he was doing.
But considering how popular StarCraft is right now in Korea still, shouldn't there be some teenagers that want to become big streamers and want to participate in these pro leagues that are, you know, raising millions of dollars for the players to take home? You'd expect somebody to come along.
Well, you would think so, but when I was in Korea, when I was trying to get my knowledge up with League of Legends, every time I went to a PC room, I think maybe there was like one player playing in the PC room, StarCraft. Everybody else was playing FIFA or League. So it's not very popular, at least in the PC rooms, in my experience. So I don't know, man. I mean, you're right. There's millions of dollars. Like, every time you watch a sponsored pro league, the daily pro leagues, like, they're playing for like $10,000 or more. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I saw a statistic the other day where, you know, you saw the PC buying statistics, and League of Legends had like 30%. So it was like by far and away the most popular, but StarCraft was still in the top 10. So you would expect people are playing it. But maybe it's really just boomers like you and me.
Maybe. I was reminded of how much of a boomer I was when Eonzerg was here last week. He was telling me how he had registered on Team Liquid in like 2008 or something. And I was sitting there thinking, like, dude, I remember registering in like 2000, and I only
Yeah,
have like 50 posts on there total.
yeah, same. I think I was there really early before it even looked like the way it does right now, when it was just like an online forum, very generic.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I,
we're definitely old school, Nyoken.
I know, man. It like almost doesn't get more old school than us. I mean, it's very few like Nazgul, Elky, and them. Maybe they're like slightly more old school. Of course, Artosis. He's the oldest of old school.
Yeah, he is. He is. I think you started before me actually, because I missed the first couple of years of StarCraft. I was playing Command and Conquer, but
And I remember you telling me that you were also like a champion in Command and Conquer. Like before coming to StarCraft, you were like the guy.
yeah, I guess everybody was really bad back then at playing video games. So for some reason, Command and Conquer was really easy to be really good at. Then I swapped to StarCraft, and I was thinking it's going to be the same, but it definitely wasn't. It took me like a year to even be competitive.
Well, a year is not very much time at all. Like that's really impressive. I used to play 2v2, and then there's this Korean server called Gamei that came out, and I started playing 1-on-1, and that got me hooked on the 1v1 matchup. We're looking at today's groups. Of course, this is the Protoss Death group, and tomorrow we've got the Terran Death group. So Sharp, Stork, Royal, and Light. I mean, that's a crazy group. I know Artosis has made his predictions on YouTube about who he thinks going to make it out. I think I remember him saying that Stork's going to make it. I don't know, man. That's a pretty wild prediction because even though Stork is great and he's historically great versus Terran, you have three of the best Terran versus Protoss players on the planet. Light in particular, there was a point in time where this guy he could even split the map versus Protoss, which is unheard of, and just doesn't ever lose a late game. And then you're playing versus someone like Sharp or Royal, who have insane multitask. So I don't know about the Stork prediction. I think it's going to be a really tough group for him to get out of. We're looking at Group C. Let me see if I can read some of these stats here. So first one is Snow versus Speed. Overall stat 1-0. That's of course the game that you were talking about last season where I think everybody learned that hey, Reavers can dodge tank shots, which is crazy. Speed got absolutely owned. It was not close. Then in season 8, we have Rain versus Snow, where Rain won 4-1. That was a long time ago. And then in the bottom graphic, we have Snow versus Mini, where Snow won 3-1. So surprisingly, out of this group, it looks like Mini could be the underdog among the Protoss players, but that was all the way back in season 5, and obviously Mini has leveled up immensely since then.
Yeah, for me, Mini is not really the underdog here. I would have to say probably Speed and Rain are the underdogs. With Rain, it's just because he's a variety streamer and he obviously doesn't practice as much as the other guys, but he's still so immensely talented that really anything could happen. And I'm also actually just excited to see Speed because I think he picked Snow for his group, so he's got to have something in mind to deal with the Reavers and to take revenge for last season. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, Speed has been playing really well, but I don't know if you're going to be able to take down someone like Snow in PvT. I mean, this guy legitimately at points has almost a 100% win rate versus Terran. Looking at the top graphic, it says recent games, Snow is 9-1 in PvP. That is crazy. Then in the uh, second graphic, something about tier 4 for Speed. Not sure exactly what that says. And then, of course, the 3-1 that I just mentioned in season 5 for for Mini. And then the bottom graphic, I think it says 8 times that Rain has made it into the round of. Oh, sorry, that's Mini 8 times has made it into the round of 8. So pretty consistent player here. Pretty much when he enters ASL, at least 50% of the time, he's going to make it into the round of 8. And like I mentioned, he's made it into the finals, I think, 3 times now. So Mini's really, really freaking good.
Yeah, for a while there, he definitely looked like the strongest Protoss in ASL.
Yeah, he did. I thought there was going to be more ASLs that he actually won, but for whatever reason, he would like Proxy 2-gate in his final game. And so far, every time he's done it, it's kind of gate kept him from getting the championship. We're looking at the stats. Almost a 70% win rate versus Protoss. Surprisingly, the versus Terran stat is lower, but maybe this is just an offline type of thing, because online this guy doesn't lose versus Terran. It just doesn't happen. So hopefully Snow brings his A game, and I think he's got a good opponent here in Speed. And Speed stats. Speed, he's a good player, but doesn't qualify that often for ASL. You can see he's got just a few games under his belt, 6 in total? So we really don't know of Speed's level in the ASL.
Yeah, you can tell Speed just hasn't played enough games to really be able to make a good assessment. But has he played in the StarCast Star League that you've been doing?
Yeah. Sometimes he plays. He plays pretty well. I think a lot of times he gets a tough groups and ends up getting knocked out in the round of 24 or the round of 16. But he has been playing really well lately. And in fact, a lot of people on Team Liquid have him getting out of this group, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, that is a wild prediction. Especially against like the best PvT player in the world. But like those statistics from Snows basically told his story too, because he has always had a hard time to deliver offline compared to what he does online.
Yeah, that is true. I will say this though, the Team Liquid predictions so far this season have been pretty on point. You know, in the past, I used to question some of the predictions, like them talking about how so-and-so from Argentina would beat like Midas in WCG. And I'm like, I don't know about that, man. Those predictions are a bit wild, but so far this season, they've been on point. So it looks like our players are ready, and let's get into Group 1. So in the bottom left, we do have Snow. And in the top left, we do have Speed. Now, I really do like these spawns for Terran. The reason I say that is because if Protoss ends up taking mid-left, for example, Terran can push that really easily. So, Radion, I think, is kind of a tough map in general for Terran versus Protoss, because, yes, you can get 3 bases, but 4th base is pretty far, 5th base, really far. But for spawns like this, I think this is about as good as you can get.
Yeah, I think this is pretty nice because he can basically take his 3rd base towards the Protoss and then just start pushing from there. So that gives him like a nice little anchor to play around. But also his main is like wide open to the shuttle from where Snow is. So we'll have to see if that gets abused.
Yeah, and Snow, he's pretty good with the shuttle, right?
Yeah, he's pretty decent.
Yeah. You know, a long time ago in Biclan, I think I used to play versus Snow. There was somebody else who had crazy Reaver control. I remember when I would play him, it just didn't matter that you knew it was coming. Back then, everything was a 1 base. He would kill either your entire SCV line, all your depots, or all your tanks. Like, this guy just did not lose ever to Terran. And it's funny to see that he still doesn't lose to Terran ever. And I thought we were actually going to have a 14 command center, but Speed is going to come back and put down the barracks and the gas pretty much at the same time. Yeah, so we're on 11 gas.
So that's going to be a slightly faster factory then. Probably going to make less Marines, right?
Yeah, so really the purpose of this is to get out the faster Vulture. And, you know, if they go 12 Nexus, you can get some probe kills. And also get a little bit faster map presence with the mines on the map. Now, the probe, it's doing okay. It's bouncing really well for him. He might kill it.
Yeah, it's doing some moonwalking. This SCV is definitely in trouble. And that depot, he can't repair it right now. Oh my god. He saves it for now.
And pulling off, even just for that slight second, means that this factory is delayed. This is going to turn into a 12 gas type of factory timing. 228 factory with an 11 gas. You can get the exact same timing with a 12 gas. So he cuts an SCV. That might actually die also. How?
Yeah, very nice moving shot, but it does look like the SCV got away right now. But this is just showing the power of Protoss scouting you first, because he definitely disturbed Speed quite a lot. He made the factory when he had 228 gas, so everything's a little bit later. Definitely a good start for Snow.
Yeah, I like how he comes in there and he pops the Marine a couple times. So if there was a Zealot coming, it would two-shot the Marine. We know that there is no Zealot coming, but you know, Speed doesn't know that because he can't scout. So he has to immediately bunker, because if a Zealot was coming, he'd be pretty much dead. In response to this, no, he's just going to go immediate Nexus, no range. I like how the probe doesn't even go back towards his main. He just wants to fight that SCV once again.
Yeah, I think this is really, really bad for Speed because he doesn't even know where Snow is. He couldn't read the scout. He's going top left, so he thought Snow scouted him first from top right. Sorry. And he has no info. He had to make a bunker blindly. Snow put already down the Nexus, and Speed, everything is going to be just a bit slower. And I think even this SCV, it might never even make it to the Protoss base.
In fact, it's just going to go back towards the main. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. So, I think in general, when you're playing versus Snow, you're expecting it to just be robotics. But there have been a few games recently that I've casted where he has gone into DT. So Speed still has to respect that DTs could be on the way. Goon is going to intercept here, but he still doesn't know if this is even where the base is. That's dead. Now he's even cut off the Vulture.
Yeah, everything is getting denied, and Speed is playing totally in the dark. And there we do have the Robo, and we have the Starport. So that might be Speed knowing he's playing against Snow. He might make a Wraith to just prevent dying to the Reaver like he did last season. What do you think about the Starport opening here?
I think he's desperate. I think he's like, well, I haven't been able to scout. I've got this Vulture. I haven't done any damage. I need to get the Starport so, one, I can try and get some damage, and also try and figure out what this guy is doing. Also, having the Starport, if I go Wraith, it'll obviously help out versus the Reaver God. So I think that this can work. But at the same time, if this does no damage, the game's pretty much already over, because Snow's just gonna explode. He's gonna take a third base or just rally gates or counter with his Reaver, and I don't see how Speed is gonna recover if this drop doesn't do very much.
And he has not made even a single tank, so it's just straight Vultures, the mine upgrade, and now I think he's gonna make a dropship. That's actually interesting, completely foregoing making a tank.
Yeah, this is what a lot of Terran players do nowadays. It allows them to streamline their build. In the past, you used to never lay mines in your main, but because Protoss players started going drop so much, now Terran players have realized, like, hey, you can actually just leave these in your main, and there is a chance that the Protoss will unload on here. So you can get away with just having, like, one tank at 630. But drop is out, and it's going to hit when Protoss is coming across the map with his own Reaver. So we're going to have drop versus drop. We can see that the SimCity is decent. Okay, now he completes that wall with the mineral line, so Vultures won't be able to run behind the backside, but he misses the shuttle, and okay, Speed might actually get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, he just now sees a drop, and the goons do move into position. So the SimCity here is really, really nice. The Vultures can't get to the mineral line, but they do get a couple of probes, at least 3 of them falling so far. But it looks like these rest of the Vultures will get denied also at the front. Nice pylon block there, so the Vultures can't get in. And now the counter drop with the shuttle from Snow with the Reaver. So we'll see how Speed has to... Oh, the Wraith is already here, so he can target down the shuttle, but there are no units to kill the Reaver, so the Wraith might just die to the Goon, and this is looking pretty bad for Speed already.
Yeah, so the thing is with drops, is you can afford to go 4 Vultures, but as soon as we saw those 2 Vultures at the natural, I was sitting here thinking, like, well, he's not going to have a tank, and that's exactly the case. He literally has nothing. You can, like I said, you can afford to go 4 Vultures, but as soon as it goes past this is what happens, is you have nothing to defend the Reaver, and you have nothing to defend the Reaver versus the best Reaver player on the planet. He's going to kill every SCV, probably. That Reaver has 13 kills. 16 kills. Tank probably going to die also.
Oh my god, the tank does die, and the Reaver's still not done. The Wraith will eventually clean it up, but this is so much damage, and this is actually just reminds me so much of the game last season they had, where the Reaver also completely destroyed Speed, because now I feel like he's very far behind. He does try to get in with his counter drop, and there are no goons there. So he will pick up a few more probes, but it's 2 Vultures. He's gonna get 1 probe, and he has to leave again. And this is not enough damage, and Snow is in full control of this game right now.
Yeah, Snow can do whatever he wants. He can go third Nexus. I saw him put down a Citadel. He could just flood gates. He could go Arbiter. He can literally do anything. I don't even think Speed has an armory. So there's no even like fallback plan like, oh, I'm going to camp it out, go 2-1, and, you know, pray that I have the trade of the century. I mean, there's literally nothing going in his favor. He's almost getting doubled in supply, 74 to 43. He doesn't have siege. He still doesn't have turrets set up to defend versus a secondary Reaver.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I feel like Snow pretty much did the most basic one-gate Nexus Reaver build that you can do. So Speed must have been aware of these timings, but he chose a build that got completely exposed by the most standard Reaver opening that you can do. So playing against Snow, I find that interesting because you can pretty much assume he's going to play like this. And then to still take this much damage, it seems like bad planning, but...
Yeah, I guess he was expecting the shuttle to run over the mine, and then when it didn't, maybe he built an extra vulture instead and just got completely thrown off guard. Either way, Snow is in the driver's seat once again. Wraith is coming over, I guess, just to scout what's going on. He sees that the third Nexus just started, which is kind of an interesting timing. I mean, at this point, you must realize that, hey, Protoss did not just go 4 bases, did not just immediately expand. He must be teching into something, but he still doesn't know what it is. It could be carriers. You know, Snow is a big-time carrier guy, but it ends up being arbiters.
Yeah, that's such a quick Arbiter Tribunal off a Reaver drop. But Speed's only on 2 factories, like, and making turrets, and he's down in SCV, so Snow doesn't have a thing to worry about. He could probably take 5 bases if he wants right now, and he would still be completely fine.
He probably could. In fact, I'm kind of surprised he didn't double expand here. A DT drop? Okay.
He's just throwing everything at Speed.
Yeah, this guy doesn't have a scanner. He's probably taken so much damage that Snow knows, like, hey, you're probably cutting your comsat timing because of how much damage you took, and he's right. So this 2 DT drop may actually end the game if he can just focus down the turret at the natural.
It looks like that's what he might be doing. He's bringing up the goons as well. But yeah, there's only turrets for defense, so he's...
There's nothing
there's
here.
No turret at the front? Oh my god, he's walked straight in.
He just walked right in. There's still no scanner. Speed. Oh, he's gonna focus down the armory, man.
I can't believe he even tried running up there. Like 100% you would expect there to be a turret, but...
Oh, he got it.
DT just does die. I don't know how that died. Did he target the armory with the tank?
I think
Splash it?
I think double mine connected, and he ended up saving it. And the second DT died. Now, I don't know how the second DT died. I guess it was in range of the turret, but... Okay, that should have been like an instant GG, but instead, Speed does hold it. He does save his armory, so at least he's going to have his +1 coming. I mean, he's still in dire straits. He's at least recovered, like, his supply. He was down 30 when it was 70 to 40. Now it's 111 to 82, so I mean, he's still in trouble, but at least it's much better. Small vulture drop here, that's not going to do anything, but it's going to allow the vulture to get into the main. And remember that SimCity completely walled everything in, so he's going to be able to unload in the back and at least force a probe transfer.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. I mean, he's trying to get back. He's not really getting anything done, so I think it's not enough, but the dropship does prove to be very versatile, and if he ever gets a moment where he kills a probe line, he could come back in this game. He's up to about 5 factories right now. Yeah, the supply is within about 30. But on the other hand, I think the first Arbiter's already done, so we might be building up stasis energy already. Or
yeah,
recall.
It could be recall. I think the fact that he has so many gateways is that this is going to be for a bust. Uh-oh. And he already used a scan, and remember, he just completed his scan, so he doesn't have... That's like the only one he has, I think.
I want to see how many zealots are at the natural. I think it's going to be at least like 15. So he's definitely going to try to just bust it there, and when he tries to move out like he does now.
Well,
this vulture ras is pretty nice. 2 of them die, but the mines are connecting on the zealots, and he's keeping Snow busy, so he's delaying this attack.
Yeah, that's nice, and his +1 is now kicked in. Of course, +1 is not really a big power spike for Terran, but I mean, he's killed 5 zealots here with just 4 vultures. Now make that 6, 7, okay?
Wow, he's getting so much value for just these volts. It's like I'm watching Artosis.
Yeah, the power of 75. Right there. Well, and you know, now that he's lost so many zealots, the supplies are like really close, 130 to 105. I mean, that's pretty freaking close for Terran. Like if Protoss just A moves in here, I don't think he'll actually win the battle. And Snow is kind of all over the place at this point. Like he took a later 4th base, now he's going carriers. He has 10 gates, he has double Stargate. You know, if Snow was to somehow botch an attack, Speed could immediately counter and get something done. But I think Snow is like more of a defensive type of Protoss. If he was to attack here, I would be very surprised.
Yeah, why do you think he went for Arbiter into carriers? Like, does seeing the Arbiter trigger a response from Terran to like Turtle so that he would then have time to build up carriers? Because it really feels like he's just doing everything. Like he's doing all the strategies at once.
Yeah, I don't know the exact reason. It's obviously, part of it is the lack of scans, so he knows Terran can't attack, and now he can build up his carrier count. And I think everybody is in agreement that once carrier count reaches, 8 to 10, you're just in general not going to lose as Protoss. So maybe that's the reason. But we're gonna have a... Okay, I thought it was gonna be a recall, but maybe it's just a fake to keep Speed back even longer.
Yeah, Speed must be pretty stressed out right now because he has to worry about a bust from the front. He has to worry about recall coming into his base. He has to defend all sides of his own base. But he's actually doing a pretty good job. I like his SimCity. He's got a couple of Goliaths. He's got turrets everywhere, and so far he's hanging on. And he's within 20 supply now, so he definitely has a fighting chance in this game. Yeah, where it looked like he was completely dead before.
Exactly. I'm just shocked that he even got to this point. Like, he's also got his double armory, and carriers take a while to build. So the upgrades, by the time 2-1 kicks in...
He just scanned it, right?
Yeah, he scanned it. So he knows that there are 2 carriers out. He knows this guy's expanding like crazy. He knows that this guy lost a lot of zealots. If 2-1 hits, or when 2-1 hits, Speed, I think, could actually attack. And also, now he knows that there's 3rd and 4th carrier coming out. He's within 20, so he's actually like up in army value if you get rid of those carriers, because obviously they're not going to help in this particular battle. And the Protoss Arbiter plus Gateway count looks pretty small. Like, what is this? Is this literally 10 goons?
Yeah, the ground army isn't that big, but Snow is usually a master of delaying pushes with just these Reavers. And now with an Arbiter with full energy, he's probably going to be able to buy a lot of time for these carriers. But it does seem like Speed does feel like he has to attack. Like every Terran probably knows he is in agreement with you. If you let the Protoss get too many carriers, you're going to die. So it looks like he's responding and he's going to go for a big attack through the middle here.
Here we go. This is what all Terrans do, is they move towards the side to get like the huge, 180 degree attack angle. But cloaked Reavers, that's going to be nightmare. Splash damage of 100 onto all of your units whenever you move. And that one single stasis stalls the push, because now, you're not just going to attack with a lack of tanks anymore. Instead, I think he's just going to expand behind this. But if he expands, the carrier count's going to turn into 6 to 8. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, where do you think Speed should attack right now? He looks like he's taking a 4th, so that's good. But you think he should attack the bottom right or just go straight for the Protoss main here?
I think he has to attack through the center. The reason he can't attack bottom left anymore is because carriers would just sit over the ledge and just kill everything. They would just micro back and forth, out of range, out of vision with the cloak. So I think pushing through the center where you can spam turrets could be decent. But now he's hooking over towards the... I don't know about this. Okay.
Both players are maxed now, and there's 5 carriers. That's not a critical mass yet, where the carriers are untouchable, but he's going to start microing them. Here we go. Big attack from Snow, but it does look like he will back off.
Dude, Speed can win this game. That's an EMP that hit every carrier! And the ground army is not that strong. Remember, Snow kind of wasted like 2 stasises in the middle of the map for really nothing. He's already sniped a carrier. Dude, he might actually lose. He's also forgot about this Arbiter in his main. Speed is going to have 3 base, or 4 base, 4 gases pretty soon, 4 carriers. Terran's not scared of 4 carriers when they have 2-1.
Yeah, he does have 2-1, and he's pushing very aggressively. That's a big stasis on the tanks, but it looks like Snow is scared. Like, Snow doesn't have enough ground, doesn't have Storm, he has 2 Reavers, and he doesn't have enough carriers yet to break this. He needs to build more time, maybe get up to 7 carriers. But yeah, this is looking pretty scary right now for Snow. Terran is right on his front door.
Yeah, Terran has a huge tank count also. Like, not many tanks have died. There's a lot of Goliaths. Goliaths, you know, aren't the greatest versus ground, but he has so many tanks here that I think he'll just shred the ground. I don't even... Did Snow ever upgrade his ground army? Like, he's still not using it. The carriers only have +1, I think. Oh, man, Carrier Reaver is just ridiculous. You can see that the Reaver just sits in the back. Anytime the Goliaths come too close, they just hit a huge shot from the Reaver.
Yeah, but Snow is bleeding off a few units here. Now he has to go for it. This is a huge arc for Snow. He comes in with all his units. The carriers are sniping the tanks. I think there's still too many Goliaths. This is so close right now.
This is one of the best comebacks I've ever seen. Like, Speed is so close to pushing into the natural and killing it and the 3rd base, and then Protoss would only be on 2 base mining. Also, it's not like Protoss has like 5 Stargates where he's building, you know, tons of carriers you know, all at once. He's only got 2 Stargates, so even though he's at 6, it's just slowly climbing to 8, slowly climbing to 10, and Speed's actually going to have +3 pretty soon.
Look at those units in the middle of the map. Looks like Snow is trying to go for some kind of counterattack, but he's bleeding off units. These tanks are getting shots off, and he's going to attack the 4th base, but I feel like the rally point from Speed should clean this up. Now he's going to take out the 3rd base from Snow. It's a lot of carriers, but they're taking a lot of hits from these Goliaths as well, and Speed is already cleaning up the natural. The counterattack from Snow got denied. The 4th base got denied. I think Speed's doing it. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think he won, actually. It all comes down to, can he deal with the 10 carriers? And I think he's got enough tanks and Goliaths here that he can win the ground battle, that he's split off enough tanks that they can kill bases at bottom. He's going to kill all these probes. Okay, now this might be a mistake, because now he's going to lose a lot of Goliaths for free, and he is going to split off tanks to bottom right, and there are gateways over here. So if he loses these tanks also, that could be... Oh, he gets 2 carriers, and Speed's expanding to top right.
Yeah, well, he's got 4 bases now. He's got a way bigger economy than Snow, but Snow is going for a massive counterattack. These types of games are crazy when there's DTs everywhere, there's small groups of units everywhere, and I think this usually favors the Protoss. Speed has to hang on here, but this is an Arbiter massive stasis, and now these carriers are looking scary, but there's about 5 of them. Does he have enough Goliaths to hold on?
Oh, he didn't.
These tanks are going to kill bottom right.
Yeah, he didn't send any of his tanks back. Okay, well, this is like the only mining base for Snow. How did we even get to this point? The carrier count, Snow has not microed his carriers very well. There's no real way around it. The fact that he has so many ledges on Radion and still lost like 6 carriers, he only has 5 left. Now, Goliaths by themselves are... Well, they might actually win the battle at that base because the goon count is non-existent.
Yeah, if Snow had 8 carriers here, this would look like he might be able to do it, but I feel like eventually the production of Speed will overcome these carriers, and now the Goliaths are unstasis. There's only about 3 goons. Snow has to back off, and I think Snow actually lost his game.
Yeah,
after
how?
That early start. Like, how is that possible? Is Terran OP, or what's going on here?
Terran OP with the +3. Looks like this base is going to die, but Speed oh, he loses a lot of SCVs there, but he can just transfer to top right. He's still mining at least on 1 base right now, make that 1.5 at top right. But look at this, Snow's basically not mining anymore. He's okay, well, that's not true. He's got this base up and running. He's still got more carriers coming out, and even though he's only at 80 supply, it's 80 supply and 7 or what, like 42 of the supply is carriers, so he's still not out of it. Oh no, 3 tanks.
Yeah, he's not out of it, but this is one of those games where he absolutely has to make a complete miracle with the carrier micro, because he just doesn't have a lot of economy left.
Another carrier.
A carrier died, yeah.
Yeah, but this is like what I was expecting to see earlier. Well, you know, abusing the cliffs like this. Terran, this is nightmarish for Terran. Protoss now has +3 weapon on the carriers. You can see how fast the Goliaths die when they're not in critical mass. Snow, he's bringing it back, man. It's 115 to 83 now. Another tank dies. He might actually still win. The Goliath count is super low.
Yeah, he's just microing his heart out, and every Terran player in the world knows how hard it is to play against carriers, and Snow making the most of it, but he's still looking in a pretty tough spot. I mean, there's like 7 or 8 factories pumping Goliaths, but he can't move forward with his Goliaths and donate them like this because it's such a tight rope he's walking. As soon as there's too few Goliaths, then Snow can get a lot of value out of these carriers, and it looks like with the goons, with the carriers, he's pushing forward. There's no tanks, there's only Goliaths. And that's when the trades are becoming really unfavorable for the Terran, when there's no tank backup, when there's no vulture backup. These ground units can just go ham on the Goliaths, and now Protoss gets into a good position on the high ground.
Yeah, but SCVs are here. Even though there's no tanks, SCVs should help out quite a lot. That carrier's so low, he gets it. It's now down to, what, 3, 4? The goon count is slowly dwindling, 95 to 69, but the carriers are still just so strong.
What a crazy game we are watching right now. There's only two Goliaths left, and the carriers do clean them up. And now Speed's economy is the one that's in trouble because he lost this base. He only has top right, and the carriers are going straight top right.
He needs to float his command center from his main. There he goes down to that third base so he can start mining again. It's no win because I think the Goliaths and I think the Zelts and the Goon plus the cannon is probably going to win this battle. Probe's even coming into the battle.
Both players are completely ravaging each other's last remaining mining base. It looks like Snow has to evacuate these probes. The minerals at the natural are completely mined out. So that's no more income for Snow. At the same time, there's no more income for Speed from the top right base. I think the natural Speed is also gone. So it's really just these last remaining units against the last remaining units of Snow. But the interceptors do cost minerals. So that could be a problem for Snow here.
Yeah, that's the issue, is he can't afford to lose any interceptors. He can, build 6, and that's it. This Nexus is dead, though. And now, he knows that a lot of the armies are, well, there's not really much army to help support the carriers anymore, so mines can do a lot of damage.
He can't be losing tanks like that. He might lose another one. Looks like here we have an engagement. The Goliaths, they take down another carrier. Only 3 of them left now.
There's so many Goliaths here, man. They're going to be shredding these interceptors, but the problem is the Goons are still hitting really hard, man. He's not killing the Goons.
Looks like he moves forward. He takes out 2 of the Goons, and he's going to try to snipe another carrier, but he will not. The Goliath count is actually dwindling. This is such a crazy game. There's 4 Goliaths left. The last Goon will die. Look at Snow's minerals. It's literally 0 right now.
Yeah, he has
We
nothing.
go 8.
Oh, okay. Snow can win because Terran, he doesn't have critical mass on the Goliaths anymore. He needs to kill 1 more Goliath. Okay, it's down to 3. Okay, actually, he has a couple more down here. Critical mass is he needs 4 Goliaths to one-shot interceptors. I guess Snow's fizzling out. He's losing all his interceptors.
Yeah, the interceptors are done. He can't rebuild them. He's mining long distance with probes. There's a vulture there sharking around trying to kill it. I think Speed must realize the position he's in. All he has to do is kill these interceptors and the game essentially ends. There's no mining at all for Snow. But man, from the edge, look, the Goliaths are bugging out. They can't shoot back, and once again he gets another Goliath kill. And
yeah, but all he has to do is maintain 4 Goliaths, and he has 8. Okay, this game's over. I can't believe it. This may be the best comeback of all time I've seen in ASL. Like last season, yes, many almost did it. That would have been for sure the best comeback. But to be down 30 supply, you lost how many SCVs? Like 20 versus the best Protoss versus Terran player on the planet. How did that game get away from Snow?
yeah, that was an absolutely nuts game. A complete, like, let's say a newcomer in Speed who really hasn't performed up to this standard in the past against the best PvP PvT player in the world, like Snow, an absolute legend. And he just brings it back like that. He played so well. I don't know what he did to recover from that economic loss, but in the mid game, all of a sudden his supply was looking good and he made all the right decisions. That was truly a crazy game there. And so close at the end. I mean, Snow was still in it for such a long time. It was really like either player was just one mistake away from losing. What a crazy game we just watched, Nyoken.
Yeah, this was This was nuts. You can see speed burning up that keyboard, 430 APM. I mean, this is one of those games where you wish ASL released the replay, because 70 supply to 40, and then, a few minutes later it's 110 to 80, and it's just like, wait a minute. How did Protoss not just run away in terms of supply? Like, did speed pull off of gas and focus on minerals? Like, what the hell happened? Because all of a sudden, when Snow was taking his 5th base, speed was actually on 4 bases. I'm sitting there watching, like, why don't my games look like this? Why can't I have even bases versus Protoss, especially when I've lost so many SCVs? I have no idea how speed recovered.
And he actually picked Snow for his group, and he completes the revenge, and he takes out Snow.
Yeah.
So that kind of turns this group upside down for sure, because I think nobody was really expecting Speed to win that. But now these Protoss players are realizing that they have to deal with this guy today, and it's going to be tough because he's playing a super nice TVP.
And the thing is I don't necessarily put either of the remaining 2 Protoss players ahead of Snow in their PVT, so Speed may likely get out of this group in first place, but we're going into a break, and then we'll be back with Rain versus Mini. All right, we are back. We just saw Speed pull an absolute miracle versus Snow. Snow maybe teched a little bit too much, going Arbiters, DT drop, Reaver, and Carriers, and he'll be now sitting in the losers match. We're going to be going into our second match of the day, which is going to be Rain versus Mini. We're talking about Rain's versus Protoss win rate. It's the highest out of everybody. 84% win rate versus Protoss. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, those stats are wild. That's like reminiscence of Jaedong versus Z or something, because everybody says PvP is so hard to be consistent, but this guy is sitting at 85%. So he obviously knows something that nobody else does, and we'll have to see if he can apply it here today as well, because he's going to need it.
He's definitely going to need it, because this guy right there, I think you can argue, is the best Protoss right now. You can see he's been runner-up 3 times. He's been champion once. and he's also made it into the round of 4. He's also got a high win rate versus Protoss. He actually doesn't have that many games versus Protoss, which is kind of surprising. Just 12, like in comparison to his Zerg games. I mean, look how many Zerg games he's played. He's played 86 Zerg games, and he's played 12 Protoss.
Yeah, I think he's just the only Protoss that makes it super far in these tournaments. So he's not playing a lot of other Protoss players, but yeah, he's definitely at least the best Protoss in ASL over the last couple of years, 100%. And playing PvP against this guy is scary. I saw a video of this guy playing a very high-ranked ladder match where he was playing only with his mouse. And he still won. So
the funny thing about that is I think a lot of players like myself, Eon Zerg, you know, probably you if you were playing ladder, we probably have hit that guy. I forget his ID, but I recognize it. And I remember when I saw the game and I saw that it was posted on Reddit, I was like, dude, this guy's not like 2000 ranked. Like this guy's like 2600 and this guy's just winning with one hand. Like that's crazy. So we are ready with game 2. Rain versus Mini once again. It's going to be on Radeon.
All right, here we go. We got Rain, the red Protoss in the top right.
Yep, and in the bottom left, we do have Mini.
Yeah, so cross position, so a lot of space between these guys. I don't know if that means anything in PvP. I gotta be honest with you, Nyoken. I'm not very good at understanding this matchup.
I don't think I'm that great either. I still am waiting for 12 Nexus to make a surge in PvP, but I think it could probably get punished too hard that you don't see it that much. We see a lot of fans for both of the players. Rain is maybe the most popular StarCraft streamer right now, other than Brittany. So of course there's gonna be a lot of people out rooting for him, and that's Tastosis fans. In fact, that looked kind of like day 9 on the right side, but I realized that that's not day 9.
It's so nice. There's still lots of StarCraft fans that make it all the way out to Korea just to catch these ASL games.
I don't think I told you, but when I was in Korea, one time I was coming home from going to the movies, and I got on a train, and I ran into Genro. I was
really?
Like, yeah, I was like, dude, that guy looks like somebody I know. I moved off to the side to like analyze it, like, is that Genro right? Is that Frozen Arbiter? And it actually was. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, what a small world. I just run into another StarCraft player getting onto the same train at the same time as me.
Yeah, of course, Genyk has been living out in Korea ever since the StarCraft 2 days. I think he still lives there today, so... But yeah, that's a huge coincidence, considering Seoul has like 10 million people or something like that,
yeah.
So...
Yeah, and in fact, I was living with Last Shadow, and when we were talking, or when me and Jinro were talking, I found out that he lived like not even like 5 minutes away. I was like, wow, I can't believe it. And also Major or Special lived really close by too, so that was interesting. We do have, I didn't actually catch the beginning, but it looks like Rain built a Zealot, but it still looked like it was Gas Cybernetics overall, so Rain playing a little bit safer with his additional... Okay, never mind. I see now Mini's just building a delayed Zealot, so both players are going to play somewhat safe.
It looks like a pretty much a copy of each other's builds. They're scouting at the same time, and they're going for the gate core, so no crazy early game shenanigans like 2-gate Zealot or anything like that.
Yep, and
we'll have to see what kind of tech they go for now.
Yep, well, both players scouts. Okay, well, actually, Mini's going to send out his. I don't think that blocks the ramp, does it? Okay, well, I guess when you can micro like that.
Yeah, no, one Zealot should not block the ramp, but you can do the little attack and then move back. I guess, well, Rain's still going to try to get in, but here we see that you actually can't get in even against one Zealot if the Protoss micros correctly.
Well, both players could go for DT, but I don't see anybody actually going for it. I think both players just immediately went range. Oh, now look at this. That probe had slightly more health. Probe versus probe. This is... Are you allowed to do that?
Mini's the type of player that's not going to let that probe get away. Oh, he gets the moving shot, does he?
Oh.
One more hit, it would have died, but the goon does come out to protect it, so...
Yeah, almost took down his brother right there. You know, yesterday I got a moving shot kill onto a drone. I felt like God, because I've only done that like twice ever. I was like, yeah, how's that feel, sir? Lose your freaking worker to a moving shot. But look at this, we have a Nexus first, or not a Nexus first, but a fast Nexus. Now look at what Rain is doing. What is he doing? Like, he has 500 gas. Like, what?
That is a lot of gas. Looks like he just now built a robo. I mean, it's looking pretty similar. It's just Rain got the Nexus before the robo, and Mini got the robo before the Nexus. But pretty much exactly the same build from these guys.
Okay, yeah, now that the robo came down, we can see that the resources aren't as skewed as I thought they were. I was just looking at like, dude, how do you have... Wait a minute. Mini just started his robo. And
I think Mini got range. He got range.
Okay.
It must have been range.
Okay, so I guess Rain skipped range, and that's why we had a later robo here. Now, I wonder what Rain will be thinking when he comes... Or I wonder what Mini will be thinking when he notices that the Goon doesn't have range. Like, he hasn't scouted. He hasn't seen that there's a Nexus. You know, for all he knows, that this could be fast DT, but we know that it's just one gate robo.
Yeah, I think the fact that these guys are cross-position probably came into the decision-making to play like this from both of them. But looks like, you know, both of them are going for the 2-gate into the Observer, so we're setting up for a nice mid-game here. Do you expect to see... Oh, that's 3 probes that are not mining. That's a bit of a mistake, but do you think we'll see Reavers or just like the 1 Observer and then tech into, you know, Speed Zealots and Storm?
Well, I think that Storm would be the easier comp to use, but lately when I've been casting, I've seen more players even go into like double robo or double shuttle, get like quadruple Reaver. So I think Mini could try that, but I was gonna say, but I think Rain will not do that, because I think if Rain's not playing as much, he may just try and play an easier comp, but he's got robo, or he's got support bait also coming, so it looks like it's gonna be Reaver play.
Yeah, so things might get pretty crazy here with Speed Shuttle harass on both sides.
I'm surprised that nobody's even poking with their Dragoons. Like, Mini hasn't even checked to see if this guy has range. He's just, I mean, Rain isn't even really moving on the map at all, other than this probe going out to the pylon.
And there we have the first Observer, so now he's going to get some information. But yeah, both playing very, very conservative. Yeah, very little scouting going on, but I guess what can you really scout?
Yeah, I got my eye on that gas at the naturals. Is either player gonna, you know, get a quick gas, try and go into like higher tier tech, like use it to get Storm? But so far, neither player getting gas. I think both players are still just on 2 gates. We're gonna have the Reaver out, and I didn't see a shuttle, but I'm sure that'll be on the way in a second. There's 3rd gate. And I think Mini also put down his 3rd gate. So, I mean, we're pretty much just identical here. There's only a slight supply advantage for Rain right now.
Yeah, somehow 8 supply advantage, which is pretty nice. But yeah, Mini going up to 4 gate. Rain only has 3 gate. This Observer might get sniped. No, he does pay attention. I think we're not going to really see anybody make a difference until the shuttle comes into play.
Yeah, it seems like both players are just content just macroing, getting their build up and running. The way Rain is playing is, I think he's probably going to take a 3rd base, probably somewhat soon. Maybe off of 4 gates. There's still no nat gas. The Observer is actually going to get into the main. So nice move from Rain to go get some intel. And we do have Mini on the move with his Reaver.
Looks like Mini is confident in his unit control, so as soon as he gets his shuttle, he picks up, he looks ready to move. And now we're probably going to see him poke the front a little bit.
I like Rain's pylon positioning. It's clearly better than Mini's. He's got pylons all around the outskirts of his base, so he's going to definitely see units or drops come from a mile away. But like you said, Mini's on the move. I don't know if he can attack into this. The pylon will soak up a lot of shots, but also Mini could just sit here and say like, okay, well, you're never getting out of your base. Instead, he's going to come in. Whoa, okay, he draws the attack. Is there more units for Mini?
Looks like maybe a few more, but this is very, very aggressive. There's also 4 goons on the high ground, so Rain does have a big army. And this is scary. Mini rushing forward with the Reaver does pick it up. might lose the shuttle right now. Yeah, he does lose the shuttle, so now this is bad. Rain moves forward and tries to snipe that Reaver, but a lot of damage on his goons. Rain's Reaver is still alive. There's a second Reaver now as well. I think that was a good trade for Rain because he kept his shuttle, he kept both his Reavers, and Mini has to go home, and now his Reaver count is completely reset.
That seemed ambitious because of, like you said, one, the arc is in favor of Mini, or of Rain, but also he's got the rally point advantage, and he's sitting on the high ground. Like, all those goons could just shoot and get damage for free. So now Rain's going to be on the offensive. I think Rain kept alive one Reaver. I don't remember if he got the second, but look at this.
Nah, he's got a speed shuttle with 2 Reavers coming into the natural right now, and there's no defense at all. So, oh my god, Mini, he might lose a lot of probes here. He does get a really quick pull, but not all of them. That shot is gonna dud.
Of course. And Rain, he was looking for that third base over on the left side, but nothing there.
And this is now it feels like Rain is has the initiative, and Mini kind of has to respond. Looks like he's gonna join his Reavers up with his army and try to push there on the third base of Mini. Tries to get a shot off on these goons, and Mini pulls back in time.
Oh. Okay, he's still gonna commit here. You know, if by getting into this position, he could drop the main. Okay, and Mini is just gonna counter in response.
So interesting move by Mini. He realizes that's not a favorable position for him. He goes straight for the middle of the map, but Rain tries to pull back, but Mini is on the chase. And Rain has to put his army together, because if he gets picked off in small numbers, but he looks like he's about to regroup in the center and go for another big push.
That could have been Disaster City. Mini almost had his shuttle sniped, but Rain wasn't paying attention. I do want to point out, Mini doesn't have speed on his shuttle, so it is like very vulnerable if it's ever even slightly out of position. Once again, Rain is on the move, trying to make an attack. Somehow these units have avoided detection and may be able to deny mid-right, but I'm worried that this army might get cut off.
Look at this from Mini. He has a pretty big army on the right side, and now he's being pushed into his base. Looks like Rain is gonna go straight forward. Here's 2 Reavers against 2 Reavers. We'll have to see who gets the big shots off. So Mini's goons are all dying. That's because half of his army is out on the middle of the map, and a Reaver does get taken out. 1 Reaver left from both sides. Now Mini's army is about to join the fight from the center, but...
Yeah, I think Mini's gonna hold, though, because he still has this Reaver doing work, and there's an overwhelming amount of goons in the back. But Rain, he can lose these units because he still has his 3rd Nexus, and it's going to be coming up pretty soon, and obviously he still has a lot of production back in his main.
Yeah, what a crazy army movement there is. Mini does clean up Rain's army, but yeah, like you said, the 3rd Nexus is done, so... And there's 2 Reavers at the natural, so Rain is about to be in a big economic advantage. If Mini doesn't do anything right now to even the game, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Has the 3rd Nexus, is up almost 10 supply. Mini, I'm looking at his camera. I wonder if he's going to have a reaction to seeing the 3rd base, because he hasn't even started his own. I feel like he's just got all in this, because if he doesn't, Rain is going to flood gates. He's going to have, you know, probably... Yeah, look at Mini's camera now. He knows he's in trouble, dude.
Yeah, but he does put down the Nexus. Looks like he is going to try to play catch-up, but it's going to be really hard for him. Look, there's a 20 supply advantage already. And Rain is just looking like he's running away with this game right now.
I think Rain also got a faster forge, and I think he had +1 spinning. We can see that Mini just started an upgrade right now. Maybe his +1... No, he didn't have anything completed. So... if Rain did spin his forge, he may be up a critical +1 upgrade, which is huge in PvP.
And just look at the map coverage from Rain. There's little red dots everywhere. He's got crazy vision right now. Looks like we're about to maybe square up for a big attack in the middle. And of course, the supply advantage in this matchup doesn't say everything, because the Reaver micro can be so decisive. But it's over 30 right now, so it's looking grim.
He still doesn't have speed on that shuttle, man. Jeez, so he's down a Nexus, down speed. He's still got a good unit comp, but This is dangerous. Yeah, you can't attack through here. This would just be the meat grinder.
Little bit of reverb back and forth, but both are very good at it and pick up just in time. There's gonna be no damage, and Mini is definitely trying to make a move, and these goons might get caught out of position, but looks like Rain is coming in to swing from the other side. Those Reavers are very exposed from Mini. He loses the shuttle.
I think Rain just wins here. He caught both Reavers. He saves both of his Yeah, he just GG's. Damn.
Wow. I guess that shows why Rain has an 85% win record in that matchup, because he just completely dismantled Mini. And they pretty much had the exact same build order, but Rain just comes out on top. I'm not sure what Mini was thinking with that first attack, because ever since then it felt like he was on the back foot, and Rain played that out very well.
Yeah, I think it really does come down to that attack that you're talking about, because, like, why? They both had mirrored builds, basically, and he's just like, you know what, I can make this work, but obviously it didn't. And then, we were talking about how Rain has a slight lead. I think we were saying it was like 8 when it was 70-62, but ever since he got that lead, he never let it slip away, and it was just Mini on the back foot the majority of the time. Yes, he had like movement out in the center of the map, like the random goons on the right side, but he didn't do anything with them. Like, he didn't counter, he didn't, kill probes, he didn't deny the third base. They were moved out on the map, but didn't accomplish anything.
Yeah, and here we see the replay of the last fight, and you can just see on the mini-map that Rain has overwhelming numbers from all sides, and this shuttle just gets completely caught, and from there on out, it's just a numbers game. Nothing you can do with 50 supply behind.
Yep, so that means that we're actually going to have Speed versus Rain in the winner's match. And based on how well both players are playing, I think it could be a toss-up. I'm still kind of shocked by the comeback versus Snow, but Rain, he's playing really solid. It was much better than I anticipated. In previous seasons, he's also made good runs in ASL, but I wasn't really that impressed with Rain. But this game was really well done. We're going to be going into our Live Mobile ad real quick, but then we'll be going into a break. But
yeah, I can't believe we have Speed against Rain. We have a variety streamer against a guy who's pretty new to the scene and really hasn't had a lot of big results. So very unexpected, I feel like.
Well, this could be his big splash. Last season, again, Team Liquid posters were saying that Sharp was going to make a big splash, and he did. He made it all the way into the round of 4. So maybe this time around, Speed could be the one going pretty far. If he makes it into the round of 8, I think it would be his first time in the round of 8. I guess I would have to check that, but because he's only played 6 games, I think that's a likely scenario that would be his first time in the round of 8.
Yeah, that would obviously be a pretty massive result. So, but the way these guys are playing, like you said, both of them looked very, very strong, and it's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, I think for the remaining games, it's gonna really come down to maps. Like, we have a lot of weird maps in the pool. We have Minstrel, we've got Kickback, we've got Dominator, which is a remake of Gladiator, even though I think it's a pretty normal-ish map. I mean, there's some intricacies there. We have seen Pantheon. In my experience on Pantheon, even though I think it's a normal map, it seems to be really big. And, on big maps like that, you're going to need a lot of mobility, a lot of multitask. And Speed is showing that he's got the multitask. He knows how to use drops. He knows how to use vultures. So maybe Pantheon could be a good map for him. You said that you haven't played any of the new maps, right?
No, I'm not too familiar right now. I haven't hit the ladder this season. So these maps are all going to be the first time I'm seeing them.
Okay. I don't really know how to describe these maps. You just have to see them because they're pretty unique. Like, there's Kickback has a double expansion in your base, but the minerals only have 1,200 minerals each, so they mine out really fast. So, like, Terran, for example, mega strong, right, with like 3-2 or 2-1, but you mine out like everything in 18 minutes. So then after that, you need to double expand, otherwise you're on one base. So it's kind of interesting how they've designed that map in particular.
Yeah, that is interesting. That reminds me a little bit of what they did with StarCraft 2, where they lowered the minerals and people have to go out on the map a lot quicker if you mine out quicker. So I think that's actually a negative for Terran because, you know, the Terran mech typically has a harder time taking a lot of bases. So
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like in my experience on the map, like I have a really crisp 20-minute timing. You know, the first 20 minutes is golden for me. But then after that, you run out of money, and the fourth and fifth base are like top middle and mid right, for example. So they're quite far away. So like you go from having all this econ to having no econ. And I actually hope that they experiment with the lower mineral counts on a more normal map in like the next season because I think it could be interesting. It's made kickback completely different from other maps that we've seen in previous seasons. We also have Monty Hall. I'm sure you know what Monty Hall is, and
yeah, and I'm not a fan of that map,
yeah,
but
I
I
don't.
saw some games on it, and they do make for interesting games. But it's basically an island map, you know. And Zerg players typically don't like island maps, so I never liked Monty Hall. But
Yeah, Terran players have actually been doing really well in Pro League. Like every time I tune in, you know, I think like Protoss is going to be really strong with them, with the carriers, with the shuttles, you know, taking the islands, making it really hard for Terran to do anything about it because they have to build multiple drop ships to deny those bases. But they've been crushing it, man. Like they have really slick timings. The players like Sharp and Speed who have the multitask can pick you apart with the drops. So there's actually a lot of good maps for Terran this season. I think everybody thinks that every season is a good season for Terran, and they're probably right, but this one seems to be in particular pretty good.
yeah, it's nice how we can take maps from almost 20 years ago and throw them into the modern pool, and they still work just fine as competitive maps. I even watched a couple of games from Flash on Monty Hall on Artos' channel, and
Yeah.
some of those games were really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the games that he posts are really good, and they're all very recent. Speaking of seeing modern play on old maps, when we played the remastered launch event, I was happy to play on nostalgia because even though that map is doesn't have like a natural gas, it was cool to see like well back then the modern play on a map that was literally from 2000. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Nostalgia is an example of a map that's not playable.
Okay.
You don't have a natural gas. What are you
Yeah.
supposed to do?
Mass Link.
I don't remember though. I think I won the game on Nostalgia though, didn't I?
I think you probably did.
But yeah, I never liked Nostalgia because basically you have no gas, so you have to go lurker, and then the third base is really far away, and Terran can just put Marines there, and it's like, what do you even do?
Yeah. I think even back then, when Jelizerg innovated, you know, Dark Swarm and Defiler pushes, he was winning versus I Love OOV and players of that nature back then. And it looks like we're going into a break, so we'll be back in just a second. Right, we are back and we're going into our winners match, which is going to be Speed versus Rain. I didn't have this on my bingo card. Speed coming back with the win versus Snow, and then Mini losing to Rain. And Speed, I think, has a really good shot of making it out of his group now, kind of like Barracks last week.
Yeah, this is probably the best shot Speed's going to get. I mean, Rain, we all know he is not a full-time StarCraft player anymore. And out of all these Protoss players, this is probably the preferred opponent for Speed. And I think Speed also really looked like he'd been practicing TVP a lot because he looked super sharp. So this is a really exciting series, and I can't wait to see what these guys come up with.
I was just about to say that Speed looks really good versus Protoss. Unfortunately for him, because nobody else is Protoss in the round of 8. Like, we have 2 Terrans and 2 Zergs. Like, he's not likely to be able to showcase his TVP strength in the round of 8. But here he's got a best of 3 versus a Protoss. And even though Rain looked good versus Mini, I don't know if he'll be able to match the multitask of Speed here. Because Speed, I still remember a couple weeks ago of him versus Best on Dominator. That was crazy multitask, especially with the dropships and the vultures. Rain's going to really need to be very diligent with his pylon walls, goon placement, and look at this. We do have 2 weird maps. First is going to be Minstrel. This is a 2-player map. And then we've got Dominator and then Monty Hall. We end up having a Deja Vu band, which is a remake of Jade, if you remember that, Ret. And then we have Kickback. That's the map I was just talking about. It has the double expansions.
Yeah, it looks like Speed didn't like Kickback, so he vetoed that. But yeah, I can't say too much about the maps, but here we go on Minstrel.
Okay, so in the top left, our Protoss, we've got Rain.
And in the bottom right, we have Speed.
Yeah, so Minstrel here, 2-player map. If you notice in the middle, that is a double expansion right there. You have 2 gases, I think like 4 or 5 mineral patches on both sides. But the real intricacy with Minstrel is, you see the map layout, right? These mineral patches prevent you from going certain ways around the map. So if you just move like multiple groups, some of them will get hung up there. You've got to be very on top of your unit movement. Otherwise, units can easily get split up.
And it looks like there's quite a lot of bases on the map, so despite it being a 2-player map, people are not going to run out of money too quickly on here. Do you have any other thoughts about this map TVP? Like, do you like playing this map against Protoss, or?
I vetoed it. I played it a couple times, and I couldn't deal with the movement. Like, my army got mixed up so much. I was like, nah, this one's not for me. I'll just stick to the other ones. And also, with it being a 2-player map, you also have to deal with these types of shenanigans because gas steal is coming.
Yeah, Pylon Scout from Rain, so... Well, we'll see. Maybe, nah, he doesn't have the money for the gas, but he does see the probe. Maybe if he cancels the SCV, but it doesn't look like he will, and there the gas does get stolen. I guess not a super big deal. Or how do you feel about gas steal?
I think players in general have gotten good against it, that they're not too worried about it, but I hate it. I hate dealing with it, but I think that Speed will be able to respond just fine. I'm more curious about what's the follow-up going to be for Rain, because I don't think he queued... Okay, now I think he queued a Zealot, but he hasn't taken gas. So is he just going to build a Nexus off of this, or is he going to try and punish the lack of gas?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a 1-gate Zealot Nexus build from Rain, which he's probably going to be playing against a 1-rack CC build from Speed, so that's kind of the same thing. So I think for Rain, this is obvious. This looks like a very clear plan to gas steal, make a Zealot, and then force exactly this opening he's going to get right now, because it's going to be the same thing every time.
Well,
but he does get an eBay block, so that's really nice.
Probe came down really quick. Like, it came down when he only had 200 minerals, so... Whoa, okay. he's now pulled 4 probes, so I guess he really does want to get this Nexus down ASAP. But 4 probes off of minerals, I mean, that's a lot of lost mining, and the SCV may be able to buy some more time here.
I just get the Nexus down, and it looks like Speed also gets the bunker up, so denies the Zealot from going in. The gas is being taken down, also loses quite a bit of mining time with those SCVs. And if you compare Nexus timing versus CC timing, I think neither side can feel too bad about this opening, and I think it's pretty even.
Seems pretty even to me, even though the mining time was lost on the assimilator. Building that Zealot does hurt Protoss slightly, and of course the Pylon Scout also hurts Protoss. Now this Zealot already did take a little bit. Okay, don't want to overextend. There's a second Zealot. Remember, he saw the second Zealot, so he knows it's out there. I wonder, is this a run by? Is this go Dark? Here we go. See ya.
Yeah, the barracks just a little bit too late, and he does get in. Oh, nice block from the SCVs. One Zealot's already down. Not a single SCV was killed.
Oh my.
He doesn't kill any Both Zealots are down, and he didn't kill a single worker, so really nice by Speed.
I don't know what that unit is in the center of the map for Protoss, but it looked like that was like a probe that may have been trying to double expand. But obviously now that he's lost both Zealots, he can't do that. Speed is... luck is definitely on his side here, and he's going to have his factory just now starting. It's going to be a little bit slower than the cybernetics, of course, but getting rid of those 2 Zealots is a big win for him.
Yeah, and I just realized that wasn't even like a worker transfer. That was purely like a reactional pull to the Zealot, so that was amazing defense by him. Look, he's going for a super quick second refinery as well. The factory is obviously really late, so there's probably going to be no aggression from Speed. Even something like a dropship build like he did in against Snow is not going to be as quick. This game is looking like it's going to stabilize. I think if I was Rain right now, I would probably try to look to take a really quick third.
He could try that. He knows that the factories are going to be slow, so there's no real threat of any type of push. He could be reliant on going Reaver to defend it. That is a third factory. So I've seen this a couple times, specifically in the StarCast Star League, where I think Sharp did stuff like this. I think JYJ also. But this could also be a 4th factory. Like, this could just be a rushed 4 factory and then try and do like a 4GG type of timing. There's the eBay to help defend versus the Reaver.
Yeah, but everything for Rain looks pretty slow. Like, he's still on 1 gate. If you compare that to the 3 factories going up, looks like he does now have minerals to take a 3rd base, which he will do. Down to the bottom, but these 3 factories against the 1 gate, it's looking a little scary. Like, Rain has to build up his gate count. There we go, 3 gateways. And as we expect from Rain, pretty much very conservative gameplay. Like, even in StarCraft 2, when he played that, he was very much known for playing this reactionary observer style, where he just never really did anything aggressive.
Yeah, I was wondering what the follow-up game plan was going to be, because I thought for sure he was going to go into straight Reaver. Now look at this turret ring. This is obviously going to be faster than the Observer, and Terran players don't really make turret rings like this anymore. They're generally content with letting Protoss see what they're doing and just, having the minimum amount of turrets to defend. But the reason he's doing this is because he's gone triple add-on. So this, I think, is going to be like a 6-fact timing or a 5-fact with just an overwhelming amount of tanks. But did he get enough turrets up is the question to me. Okay, he did. There's 1 by the bunker, so there's no way that he can scalp this.
Yeah, Rain is not going to get in, but as a Protoss, if you see this early of a turret ring, you also have to wonder what's Terran trying to hide, maybe, right? So
yeah.
And I think you're right. I think just pure tank production, there's the upgrades being produced. He should be adding the 4th and 5th factory now. I don't think he's going to be building too many more SCVs. Yeah, I think he's going to go for a big attack.
I'm curious how he gets the money to flood tanks and also flood factories. Because, tanks are great, but they're not great by themselves. So, well, Now he's building a turret over here. Is he just gonna try and take top right?
This turret looks like he makes it look. Oh, he's even building an armory now. Like, to me, this turret looks like he's gonna try to want to expand slowly, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, he's even got me confused right now. I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but he's still on 3 facts. So maybe he is just gonna try to take a third base, because otherwise there should be more factories by now. And the fact he's also building an armory means he's trying to go for upgrades, but he's pushing out, and this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Like, it's just 3 factories. And yes, like I said, tanks are great, but you gotta have something, and we get the vulture in, at least just one of them. This is the point where I had wished he had cut and had more factories, because look how many tanks there are, and he's now drawn a lot of the goons out of position. Now he's gonna get into a position right before the bridges, but unbeknownst to him, Rain has already got a lot of goons across the map, so he can cut off reinforcements. I don't like it. I think Speed's in massive trouble. Like, what does he do versus a shuttle bomb?
Yeah, and there's 7 gateways from Rain right now, so he's got a lot of production. He did let Speed take that position with the tanks sort of for free. Now they're all sieged up in front of his base, but there's so many Dragoons out on the map, and now Speed can't reinforce.
Well, Speed, if he can't just sit here. Like, the longer he sits here, the worse it's gonna get. So he needs to push. Like, he's got to get in here and at least blow up this Nexus if he wants this to be successful, because he really can't get much else across the map, because these goons are just sitting here, just doing a ton of damage to the vultures.
Only 6 tanks, and I think there's about 20 goons or 25 goons. If he waits for 1 round of zealots and pushes in, I don't see how Terran holds this. He takes down the pylons, which is something, but that's not enough damage.
Oh, well, the bunker in the back is going to soak up a lot of hits. And it's just pure goon. He might actually win this. There's so many tanks here. Okay, but the zealots are coming. There's not a lot of support because the vultures... he easily wins this. Wow. Okay, Protoss just mopped this up.
Yeah, Rain smacks down this attack, and now he's on 3 Nexus with a lot of probes, and this was pretty all-in from Speed. I feel like he's got no third base, all his units are gone, his tank count is reset. He didn't get a crazy amount of probe kills with his vultures. There's a nice SimCity there. That looked scary for a while, but Rain just too good with the army movement, and with the clean macro he had, he kind of beats it sort of easily. And man, Speed is looking a lot different than he did against Snow this game.
Yeah, I really thought this was going to be a factory flood, but now he's factory flooding after he lost all of his tanks. And you can see he's floating a lot of gas, so like, there's some mismanagement going on with the resources. I don't think he can flood factories and win the game anymore. Like, he's way too behind the ball. Like, I think all he can do now is camp, take that base at bottom left, try and take that, or like bottom middle, I guess, and then try and expand maybe towards top right. But Rain can just go Arbiter or Storm or whatever the hell he wants at this point.
Yeah, Speed would have to make an even crazier comeback than he did against Snow, and it looks like Rain probably isn't going to be the type to go a little bit of everything like Snow did. And it's going to be tough. There's a shuttle now, there's a crazy amount of zealots, there's 50 supply lead, and it looks like Rain is just going to do a big push soon when Speed tries to take a third base.
Well, he should. He just slammed that army. This is an 8 fact? Did I read that correctly? 8 fact on 2 base? I mean, I don't hate it. I think he's desperate. He might as well just go for the Hail Mary. Maybe this guy, you know, overtechs kind of like what Snow did, and he can catch him with like a insane max timing on 2 bases.
Yeah, Rain just taking his 4th base in a due time, and looks like he's going for carriers, actually. That's interesting.
Why? He already has the Citadel and I think Templar Archive. Yeah, his Templar Archive. Why not just go for Arbiter? You slam the guy's army. Alright, well, carriers once again, and we saw how Speed dealt with carriers. Even though his upgrades I think are going to be later this time, he's still going to have 8 factory production. I mean, he's going to go from 120 to max really fast.
And he does have his 3rd base mining now, so I'm surprised we don't see something like speed shuttles already. Maybe some speed drops, but now Rain moving his entire army to the bottom of the map.
There's not that many mines, and there's also no like barracks or Sim City at all. And Speed sent all of his vultures to top right.
Well, there's a lot of tanks behind the CC, but he does get a nice Zealot bomb on those, and the Zealots are not dying yet, but it does look like he will get cleaned up, and Rain does decide to save the goons, but a lot of tanks actually get taken down in the process. I think he killed like 4. So decent trade for Rain, but overall, if you look at the supply now, Speed is within range once again, but it's a bit later in the game than it was against Snow. Once again, an attack with Dragoons and Zealots. Looks like Rain doesn't want Speed to be able to move through the middle, so he keeps poking this base.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Rain to like storm from the other side of the mineral line. Like we saw that he has Templars, but I didn't see any usage of the storm. Starport's coming in, so he's going to start going into his +2, you know, in the next like minute and a half or so, but carriers are already in production. I mean, you can look at the mini-map, there was pure black where the carriers are being built, so Speed has no idea that these are in production right now.
Yeah, and if he knew, he could actually attack right now with his 8 fact, but yeah, like you said, he just doesn't have the information. But I think his playstyle is, he has to go for an attack either way, so that's his one chance. Look at his supply, he's at 160. And the carriers are just starting, so maybe once again there's like a small window where he could do something. Even though this game he is playing against Storm, so that's going to be kind of hard. He might have a small window here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of buildable terrain on Minstrel, and now that I'm looking at how this game is unfolding, like he can push and like also take the center. Okay, we need storms here. There's one, but it was a whiff. Okay, that was not a whiff. That was pretty good. There's no mine setup. That's the main issue. No mines. Okay, that's a lot of vultures. He snipes that. He takes a big shot from the storm right there. That's another good storm onto a couple of tanks. He has more storms. Holy smokes!
Yeah, those Templar were building up energy the whole game, and that was a nice attack from Rain. He took out a lot of vultures, took out a bunch of tanks, really slowed down the push, and now if you look at Speed's army, it seems so fimble, like it's not enough really to do a lot. Like all these tanks are so exposed. He's really far away from a Protoss base to actually start doing damage. He's got so much of the map to still cover, and Rain is ready. His army is in position once again to slow this down.
Yeah, and he still has no idea about the carriers. I haven't heard a scan go off. I don't see Goliath in production. So, you know, even though it looks like Speed is pushing pretty well right now, if these carriers just show up, they'll be able to shut down the entire army. And it looks like Speed has given up on this push as he backs off.
Yeah, Speed actually takes a 4th base. But he can't really be doing this because there's 3 Stargate carrier on the way, so... But he doesn't know. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough.
Another slow shuttle over towards the right side. If this is a storm drop, it could get a lot of SCVs already pulling the boys immediately.
That's actually just a Zealot drop, so Vultures will be able to clean this.
Yeah,
Gotta say, even though Speed is not winning, he's still making a game out of this, which is impressive considering how hard his 2 base push failed. But the carriers are just chilling. There's 4 of them right now. 3 more on the way. Once there's 7, he's gonna push probably. Looks like he's already moving them in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of ridges here?
Oh yeah, there's a ton of ridges. There's so many, so many cliffs. He still hasn't scanned the carriers, man. He has no idea. In fact, I think he's going EMP. Yeah, he's getting Vessel and EMP, which is good versus carriers. But I mean, what's better is you need to have some Goliaths, and he has 1 right now.
Yeah, and Rain is sitting on 5 bases right now, and you know, Storm plus Carrier is so strong. Like, the Storm kills Goliath so quick, and looks like we are pushing in with the Carriers, and like you said, there's only 1 Goliath, so all these tanks are gonna end up getting picked off, and this is looking bad.
Dude, this entire army's dead. I think you just got a GG here. I mean, how do you recover? You're literally gonna lose your entire tank count. Like, Goliath takes almost 30 seconds to build, and then you have to get them across the map. So all of these tanks are 100% dead. He can also, I mean, they're running towards the expansion now, so he can kill the tanks and then just immediately kill the expansion.
Yeah, and yeah, one by one the tanks get picked off. He's right there killing the turret. He's gonna stop mining in this base. He's still... Oh, that's nice that 2 tanks are denying mining on that base, but the carriers will get there eventually as well.
Yeah, I mean, it takes Speed so long to get into positions like this because he's got to walk around all these cliffs, but the carriers can just fly over everything. And he's going to kill these Goliaths. He's going to kill those tanks that were just here, kill these Goliaths also. There's still no critical mass on the Goliaths. They don't even have good upgrades, just 1-1.
Yeah, so much value out of these carriers, and Speed is now finally starting to get some Goliaths on the field and pushes back the carriers, but not before he lost at least like 10 or 15 tanks. And
he gets one, but I mean, the amount of stuff he's lost for that one carrier is pretty crazy. Now he gets gifted 3 more tanks for free. Meanwhile, Rain attacking the 3rd base at the same time.
Yeah, Rain cutting Speed apart right now with his multi-prong attacks. And Speed is 40 supply behind. He does do a good job of holding on here, but all the while this was happening, there's a little counter attack here on the bottom left, and I gotta say, Speed is trying to make good moves here to do something back to Rain, which is impressive considering the pressure he was under. But Rain looks pretty ready. He's gonna defend this as well.
The movement is definitely good, and unfortunately, there's not enough Goliaths here. Like, if there were 10 Goliaths here, maybe he could buy enough time to get the tanks to kill the Nexus. But I don't think that's gonna happen, and he's gonna get countered at top right again. So both players are just like countering each other over and over and over. And look, you can see Speed even moving through the center of map once again to try and shut down this middle base.
Oh, looks like he does actually take out the Nexus. That's a very nice move. He will kill these Dragoons as well. Again, more tanks here in the center. Speed really showing that he has 400 APM. He's absolutely everywhere right now. And he's still mining from 4 bases, trying to take a 5th.
He's expanding really well. I mean, he's on 5 bases. Like, I thought, okay, he's just going to lose all of his tanks and leave because he's not going to have anything to deal with the ground anymore. But he's making a game of it. Like, top middle is maybe going to get taken down, but Speed's going to lose this base. Now, he's on essentially like 2 base mining because his main and Astro are mined out. Good focus fire onto that Templar.
Yeah, Speed showing some nice army movement, but the big problem remains, and that's that these carriers are just everywhere on the map getting value, cleaning units up.
Well, Rain is actually not mining very well, whereas Speed, he has a lot of gas still. He could go into like a race switch. He's got top right still running. I guess he's not actually out of it, which is insane. Oh, catches some Templars. Is that 11 carriers now?
Another nice move. Yeah, it's at least 10, I think. Wait.
Okay, 10 carriers.
Yeah, 10.
Well,
that's a lot of carriers, but yeah, you're actually right. He did a good job denying mining on those 2 bases, but the Nexus is being rebuilt in the bottom left. And unless we get into a situation where there's no money for interceptors, I still think it's a really tough situation for Speed here. But I gotta say though, he's playing well. Like, this guy is really good.
He is really good. Unfortunately for him, he still doesn't have +3 weapon, so these carriers are still just ridiculous. The +3 would really help him out. He still doesn't have critical mass with the Goliaths. All he can do is like take minor trades, and he's still building stuff out of his starport. I was thinking that it might be Wraith, but it looks like he's just content with going mass vessels here, trying to land EMPs and B Matrix.
Oh, but the vessel gets sniped, I think, before the EMP was thrown out. And that's just so many carriers. Like, this is like, once there's a critical mass of carriers, it becomes so hard to deal with. And he's gonna pick off this command center for free. And nice little counterattack once again with the vultures, but he does get Archons made.
I think it's a couple of Templars here, but yeah, the carriers just vaporize that command center. The carrier upgrades are really not great. They're +2 weapon, +2 shields, and actually shields are kind of useless when Terran has +3. Like, they don't really help you very much at all. He really needs to have armor, which he doesn't have. but I don't think it matters since he has these 10 carriers. But speed once again on the move, but now I don't think he can stop it, because now Protoss is actually using all of his army together, and there's like no powerful ground units that hit the ground. Like there's no tanks and vultures, it's just Goliath almost.
Yeah, and once you combine carriers with Storm, then the Goliaths just have a really hard time, because Storm is so effective against the Goliaths. But speed is... his little movement of his army is so smart. Like, he's really not letting Rain group everything together and end the game. He's just making these small pushes. And look, this is again an army where he has the advantage, because the carriers are gone, and now he's probably going to back off again. And he's doing so well with the movement.
I think he's about to tap it right here. He's going to lose his entire army. He's long distance mining top right, down 100 supply almost. He's not mining his third base, by the way, at bottom middle, I guess we'll call it. So he's on one base mining. There's the cheat sheet. So Rain, he's going to go up 1-0 in the series. I mean, he had a massive lead after the attempted attack by Speed, but Speed made a game of it.
Yeah, I really like that game. It really showed that Speed is definitely... he knows really well how to play again in these situations where there's carries on the map. And I would really like to see him play a game where he's not so far behind from the start, because it seems like he really knows how to play TVP.
Yeah, so far he's just been behind. He still won in the game versus Snow, but this one it was a little bit too much to come back from. I'm still confused why Rain went carriers instead of arbiters. He had all the tech, but in the end it still got him the win. Now we're going to be going into game 2, if I remember correctly. This is going to be Dominator, so this is a remake of Gladiator. It's a little bit better set up with the terrain, easier to get a third base. But other than that, very similar. Oh, and of course it's a 3-player map instead of a 4-player.
Yeah, so it has a high ground ramp at the natural?
Yeah.
Okay. So pretty hard to push into that, into 2 bases. Hey, what happened to the Protoss playstyle where they go like 4 or 5 speed shuttles with Storm? Because we haven't really seen that today, and I thought that was like the new thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Terran players, maybe they've gotten good at defending it. I still face it a lot, like in the mid game where they like shuttle bomb your third base and fourth base. But as far as bombing the mains, I can't even remember the last time somebody tried to do that to me. Terrans just lay so many mines in their base, they get Goliaths just sitting there or turrets, that it doesn't seem to do much damage.
Yeah, but even this last game, Rain had Storm so early, and he didn't really use his Templars at all. So like, he used his Templars when he had full energy for a fight in the middle of the map. It seemed really passive with the Templars.
Yeah, I was expecting him to use them much earlier also, at least to storm the third base. But that also never came to fruition, really. Well, looks like both players are just getting their gear set up, and then we'll be going into game 2 in just a moment. This would be a big win for Rain. First off, it'd put him into the round of 8, which would be fantastic for him because he bombed out last season really early. And second, it would be our first Protoss into the round of 8. So hopefully he can get it done for Team Protoss. And here we go. Game 2 coming up on Dominator.
All right, in the top left we have Speed, the Terran player. Let's see if he can bring it back.
Yep, and we do have Rain, who spawned in the mid right. So maps like this, I always just think back to the old days of playing on Requiem, where like 10-15 gate was just such an absolute nightmare to deal with. You're on low ground, hard to defend, but we haven't really seen any crazy aggro one base type of... Well, I take that back. We did see YSC versus Light, but I've been expecting to see more play like that, and we just haven't seen it.
I think 10-15 gate has gone completely out of style, hasn't it? Like
Yeah.
that. I remember Noni basically entirely doing 10-15 gate in his entire Curse tournament run. But nowadays you just don't really see it anymore, I feel like.
I think players have just realized like the bunker is just so ridiculously strong. you're building Marines anyways. It's not a big commitment from you. And then 10-15, you're cutting massively for it. And Terrans know, like, the only thing that can get you back into the game is to double expand. So they can just abuse you by doing timings, or they can go starport, or, you know, whatnot. So it's just really not a great build, but every now and then I run into it. And in fact, I see it quite a lot on Troy, but that's a completely different ball game there, where if you kill the assimilators, you're just probably going to win.
Yeah, it looks like this game, Rain not going for a quick scout. Obviously, it's a 3-player map, and once again we see the 11 gas from Speed. So he really prefers this, trying to get a really quick vulture out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he might play the same way he did against Snow, I suppose, with the mine opening, no tank, and then maybe going starport.
This map does have a lot of open areas, so drops would be good. I also prefer the 11 gas because 12 gas, I'm just never able to get any vulture damage onto a 12 Nexus. So at least with the 11 gas, you have the potential to do something with it, but it's not a 12 Nexus this time. In fact, it's no Zealot, just straight Cybernetics. And remember, in the first game versus Snow, he had a 228 factory. This is going to be a 222 or 223 factory, so 5 to 6 seconds faster this time. So his Vulture is going to be out in the map pretty damn quick.
Yeah, so do you think that this 11 gas is basically so that you can rush the 12 Nexus, like with Marines and Vultures? Like, is that still the meta?
Yeah, if you see 12 Nexus, you want to pull versus it, and 11 Factory will allow you to get that Vulture out so much quicker. You, of course, won't have as many Marines, but I think the real threat is having, you know, the faster Vulture. Now look at this. Rain doesn't even scout, and he still goes no range Nexus. This is... I mean, it's not ladder, so you're not running into a 2-fact, but, you know, this is kind of vulnerable. Like, Terran could still pull versus this.
Yeah, but maybe because he didn't see a quick scout, he went for this?
Whoa. There's a second building. Is it a 2-fact? He may have scouted that and immediately built a second factory, okay? So, a 2-fact, we really don't see that often.
Yeah, but he must have pre-planned this, right? Because he didn't pull off gas at all. So he was able to build the second fact really quick. Maybe this was something he went for, like, if I don't get probe scouted, this is something I can do. Like, that type of deal.
But he let him in!
He's gonna get in! No way!
No, you gotta hold the ramp, man.
Oh my god, he's gonna see.
This is unreal, but I guess the question is does it matter? Like, Rain, of course, he immediately puts down a second gate, but will range be done in time?
I can't believe he let the probe in when he's doing a build that relies so much on hiding what you're doing, and you let the probe in. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's still going to be a very potent push, but now it's going to help Rain so much that he knows it's coming.
Yeah, he has 3 gate coming in. He still has no range. He only has 2 goons, and there is 5 Marines, 1 tank, 1... Okay, he's floating his barracks. I don't know if I agree with this, because the racks is so slow. A lot of times, Terran players are floating their racks to soak up hits, but that's a little different because, you know, you're on like a 5 or 6 fact timing and you can slowly push, but with this, you can't slowly push. You need to go immediately. The racks is not going to be here in time, but mine is already done. Oh, that goon is going to get sort of caught.
Yeah, good damage on that goon, but he does get away. The mine does get sniped, but very aggressive pushing. The one goon is really, really low, but the shield battery comes in just in time. And this will get pushed back. Now there's 4 goons with the shield battery. He doesn't even lose the low one. Another mine gets taken out. Second vulture dies. This is looking really, really bad for Speed now. And range is definitely done now, right? He can start picking off units. Yeah.
It's done. And that means that this game is probably done unless this mine connects, but it doesn't. This is perfect defense from Rain here. I mean, obviously he got very lucky getting in, but the battery is exactly what you want. He's lost no goons. He's killed 5 Marines. He's killed 2 vultures, and there's nothing to repair either. So these tanks that have taken the damage, they're not going to be like healed up. There's not going to be siege anytime soon. Zealot can just draw the mines. Now what do you do with Speed? Do you expand? I mean, it's a tournament game, so I don't think he's going to GG, but...
Yeah, 7 Dragoons. The mines are cleaned up. I can't believe he didn't even lose a single Dragoon. And...
Okay.
2 vultures get in, 1 vulture gets in.
Yeah, but the Zealot's out. And all he has to do is just take care of these tanks. And this is just his game to lose at this point. He is going to expand behind this, Speed that is, but I can't see how you recover from this. You were all in with a 2-fact. It did no damage.
Yeah, and Rain showing off his micro, just getting those mines to pop and then killing them off. But you know, Speed, once again, he doesn't care that the opening went terrible for him. He's gonna take a base, try to make a game out of this.
He's got the starport coming in. I mean, I think that's how you can get back into the game with a big vulture drop, but if Rain just goes for a shuttle bomb with his 4-gate Coon and just attacks the natural, how does he survive? I don't see how he survives just a full-on attack at the Nat.
Yeah, we also just saw a shot of the Terran main base, and obviously he was cutting SCVs while he was doing the 2-fact, so he's probably way behind in workers as well. And yeah, Rain has every single possible advantage right now.
The way that Speed gets back into this game is Protoss does the attack that I'm talking about, like lots of goons, Zealot bomb into the natural. Somehow it gets botched, like let's say he flies over the bunker and the turret and doesn't unload, right? And then loses some guns. So first off, that needs to happen. And at the same time, Terra needs to have like a drop going into the main and kill probes. Like that's the only way he can come back into this, is he just needs to do catastrophic damage with a minor commitment somehow. But there's 4 goons in the main just waiting for the drop.
Yeah, and that's a lot of ifs that need to happen for Speed to come back into this. But the one thing I will say is, like, Rain doesn't really have any observer over the Terran base, and Terran has taken a lot of liberties. Like, there's no detection whatsoever, and he just went straight into the starport, and now the dropship is out, and now the observer hits the Terran base. So
he still hasn't seen the starport just yet, but he's repositioning the goons, and the goons might intercept this dropship. Nope, he's gonna hook around. The observer sees the starport now, though, so he knows that this is on the field, and you can see he's now repositioning his goons.
I think there's goons everywhere in the main, the natural, the third base.
Yeah, there's just no way to come in. Like, I thought actually the best angle would be this angle where he's going to come into the natural, but the observer got there too fast, and now the goons are set up, and all he can do is just turn around.
Yeah, and meanwhile he's also dealing with these vultures, so you can see Speed is trying to make plays, but I mean, Rain is completely impenetrable. That's honestly what he's known for. He always has been. Even the SimCity really helping him here, and all the vultures are taken down. No damage whatsoever.
It was a good idea with the vultures at the top. He tried to use those at the top to act like he was going to drop from the top and you know, try and move those goons out of the natural, but Rain didn't react because he already had a lot of goons in the main and in the nat, so there was no need to do that. Vultures will find some probe kills, but what was it, like 2 or 3? He's still just down so much supply.
Yeah, it was only a couple, and you know, this is textbook Rain, just completely defending everywhere. And he's building up a nice gate count. I think the Templar Archives is on the way.
Well, he knows the onus is on Speed to make something happen, so he's content with just defending. And Speed is going into a 5-fact, but I don't think a timing can work. I think he has to 5-fact just to not die, try and slowly get his 3rd base, and then try and slowly get his 4th base.
Yeah, it looks like Rain is gonna try to be aggressive here. He does have the shuttle as well.
Okay,
I don't know about this. Losing 3 goons.
That is a lot of tanks, but there's no Goliaths here. Oh, well, this could be a botch, because there's still a lot of tanks in siege. It's uphill also. The barracks is taking a lot of shots. Okay, this is kind of what I was saying, that Speed needs to get back into this game. Look at the dropship micro. He saves one of the tanks. Okay, that was a really good trade for Speed, but he's still behind.
That was nice. Were there vultures on the third base? Looks like there's no probes there, so I don't know if something happened, but yeah, that was a weird attack. I thought he would just walk up and kill all those tanks, but he ended up just losing all his dragoons. And
oh, does he get in? I don't think so.
That's a shame. If that would have gotten in, that would have started to look a little bit like a comeback, but
yeah, now he's back down to 30 supply. He still has a lot of, well, he has a decent amount of tanks left over. If he can get onto high ground, he would overlook the third base. He has 6 factories. He does have a lot of production, but I think Protoss has 9 gates with Speed, with shuttle, and there's still no Goliath, so there's no way that the shuttle ever dies here.
yeah, but right now the Protoss army isn't that big yet. I think those gates just came online, so there might be a very small window where Speed can make this push work. But he should go right now. He needs to get that position right now. Can you build turrets there?
You can build turrets on the high ground, but you can't build in between them. So he's going to wait for a few more units. He's got his barracks floated in position, so like if there's a botch from Rain, he could definitely get on top of this third base.
Yeah, if he can somehow get that high ground, another dropship. Is
it's
it?
not a fake. He's just
That's an annoying position.
Yeah, he's trying to draw the attention away so he can get onto this high ground. And there's no goons here, so he's actually doing good damage. Look at this, he's almost on the high ground.
Where are the Templars? It's looking like a scary army right now.
Yeah,
actually.
he might do it. Where are the Templars? Dude, he let him have high ground.
Well, I think he's got something to say about that, Nyoken, because he's going for a big push right now, trying to defend, but that's a really nice tank spread. It's a lot of zealots. The storms are pretty good.
Yeah, but they don't kill any of the tanks. Okay, now they do. Now he finally gets some kills. Those are heavily damaged tanks at the top side. Oh, Rain is just barely gonna hold.
Yeah, that was a crazy fight. That was actually really close. But now all the tanks are gone, and there's a lot of units left over from the Protoss.
Once again, it's like, just imagine if Speed isn't playing from 30 supply behind. He probably would have owned that.
Yeah, he made that way closer than he ever should have. He would have had no business. Like he almost, like if he holds there, he just wins the game. But I mean, he still has the position, but looks like it's mostly vultures.
Yeah, he was really focusing on just building vultures here to reinforce for his 8 tanks. But now there's no tanks remaining. This base ended up being held. It's again a 40 supply lead. Speed is mined out in his, no, he's not mined out in his main. It's just overlapping of the blue color, and he's gonna try and fall back onto a command center up here. One tank
seems to be his trademark. He just completely gets destroyed, and then he just puts down another CC, makes the most of it.
Yeah, that Archon is doing work, man, soaking up so many hits. I think Speed is starting to see the writing on the wall here. He just doesn't have an army anymore. Speed is trying to... Oh, he may intercept these probes over at bottom right as they come in. There goes 2.
He does get a couple of them, but the goons are here, the cannons are done, and Rain is comfortably now double the supply.
And you can see on the camera that Speed is not happy about how this game went. I think he knows that he needs Rain to throw now. Like, he's just so massively behind. His drops have been consistently being shut down. Like, no attack is, other than the attack on the third base that he just did, no attacks are really working out for him this game.
Yeah, and we're at the 15-minute mark, so he's going to be out of minerals pretty soon in his main. He did get out, I think his third base is about to finish, so... But everything, he doesn't have upgrades. The tank count is really low. Yeah, I feel like he doesn't really have options anymore in this game.
Yeah, he doesn't really... I mean, he has a decent amount of gas. He has 700 gas, so he can build, you know, some tanks for a while, but It's not like the other game where he had like almost 2,000 gas, where maybe he goes like 5 add-ons and he can pump out 1 billion tanks. Like, he's just gonna have to be content with double add-on right now, try and get some big mine connections with his vultures. But Rain's about to hit max. I'm not sure if Rain knows about top middle. I don't remember if there was an observer over there, but he could bust it whenever he wants, really.
Yeah, there's a massive blob of red that Rain's natural. Probably a lot of units, and he's got the Templar tech. He's got basically everything he needs, but he's kind of doing what he always does, where he just stays defensive. I'd like to see him go for a big attack right now.
Well, it can be hard to attack into these high grounds. There's up and down all over the place. But a 60 supply lead, I think once you hit max versus a Terran that has been low econ for a while, you might as well try and just go for the throat here. And he's loading up a couple of shuttles. There's still not a single Goliath. Like, that's how focused Speed is on, just building tanks and vultures and praying that he can have a miraculous trade. Here we go.
And here we go. It's a massive army, so many zealots. A lot of mines too, but he gets to clean them up with the goons. And this is going to be a really hard hold for Speed.
Yeah, Rain still may not go for... Okay, there we go. I think we're going. There's no turret. Well, not very many turrets, I guess. Zealots unload. Get some good hits, but the tanks are well spread out. The Speed is doing a really good job to micro his vultures and, like, focus the Templar down like that. Try and limit the amount of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanks on the high ground to the left, but Rain does push up all the way. There's still a few tanks left on the right as well. But all the goons are getting on the high ground. The tanks are slowly dying, and yeah, I think Rain has done it. I mean, yeah, GG, there we go. Rain takes it 2-0 and moves on to the round of 8. Big result from him.
And he gets redemption from last season where he said he had a easy group and then got blasted, I think, 2-0. Gets redemption here, takes down Mini, and then takes down Speed 2-0. Obviously, this game came down to that scout. How does that probe get in, man?
Yeah, that was crazy. At this level, doing a 2-fact and then getting scouted. Obviously, Rain after that able to really hold that 2-fact very, very cleanly. But I have to say, man, Speed looked good. Even in all these games that he lost, he still looked really good. And it'll be really cool to see him go up against the winner of Mini and Snow.
Yeah, I agree. I do think Speed is playing really well. He's definitely improved. Well, I don't know if he's improved from last season because we didn't really get to see him play very much. Snow kind of just bodied him real quickly, but he's definitely playing well today. The harassment is, at least the ideas are good. He hasn't really gotten much damage done with the vultures on this particular game. He almost won this battle, which is crazy because the storms, even though they hit a lot of the tanks, they didn't actually kill anything. And there's also a good focus fire of these vultures. I think he snipes the first Templar here as it unloads. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, it's a very scary moment and actually so much closer than it should have been. But yeah, Rain just barely holds on and eventually cleans up these tanks. But if these tanks would have just held on for a tad longer and he could have reinforced this with pure vulture, he would have still been able to win this game after completely failing at 2-fact, which is just crazy.
And also those vultures that he unloaded on the side during that fight, if they were closer to the ledge where they could have like shot a zealot or shot a goon, it may have actually bugged out the AI where the zealots or the goons may have turned around and started running towards the main. It could have gotten really weird, but obviously that didn't happen. And as we stated, Speed, we knew he was all in. He only had 35 workers. If you take out the worker difference, it would have been 90 to 110. I mean, Terrans can win battles like that.
Yeah, so he played really well coming from behind in those 2 games. And I really liked the way he was. Like, you could tell he had a lot of APM because he was always moving his vultures and having like small groups doing the most damage off to the side. Very fun playstyle.
Yeah, and I'm sure Rain is very excited about his victory here. As I stated, he's one of the most popular streamers right now, so there's a lot of players rooting for him. And, well, at the beginning of the day, I told you I was not on the Rain hype train, but he makes it out in first place, and that gets us our first Protoss into the round of 8.
Yeah, Protoss fans around the world can rejoice because they do have
Yeah,
representation.
finally
And one of the
somebody.
most talented players ever in Reign, so very good to see him
Yeah,
advance.
I'm also looking at Team Liquid right now to see their input on Rain. Also, as they're mentioning, like the mine clearing was really good. Like he didn't have an observer for a long time, but he still did good mine clears in the early stages of the game. He didn't take like almost any connections. His usage of the battery in the beginning was fantastic. Remember, he had like 6 goons. The first 2 took a lot of damage, but they still never died. And he killed 5 Marines, I think 2 Vultures for free. And he also damaged those tanks, so it was like really clutch defense from him.
Yes, very, very clean. Not losing a single Dragoon to a 2-fact, that's pretty impressive.
I was really hoping that the 2-fact wouldn't work because I didn't want to hear anything about 2-fact being strong from people on Twitch or I don't want to see Artosa start doing 2-facts again because it just never works, man. It just doesn't work.
Well, Speed disagrees with you, so
Yeah,
maybe you should try it a little more.
maybe.
But I mean, you could see, like, if he doesn't get the scout and he doesn't put down the battery, obviously, all of a sudden the 2-fact is looking pretty potent, I feel like.
Yes, versus that particular build, it is strong, but at the same time, Rain didn't scout, Speed didn't scout, and he was still just going for it. It's like you're kind of just hoping that Rain goes for a rangeless expand like that, and he just happened to do it.
Oh, maybe a bit of studying of the players also comes into it. Maybe Speed knows that Rain likes to do this particular opening, and that's why he went for it.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been thinking that because Rain doesn't play as much these days, that Rain's going to take a risk, and maybe he thought he could exploit it. And I mean, it was a good build order until the probe got in.
But
But
isn't that such a small nuance? Like spending the 150 on range and getting the Nexus, or skipping that and getting the Nexus 10 seconds faster, or whatever the timing is.
well,
It's such a small thing.
I don't know if it's just 10 seconds because range can start at like 250. He put down his Nexus at 3 minutes, and then what do you need? 2 pulls of minerals to get the 150. So that would be like 315 range. So it's like probably like a 20 to 30 second difference. I guess I would have to go into single player to test it out. But I mean, that's to me that's a considerable amount of time, especially when Terran opened 11 gas and went an immediate add-on. Like he didn't even build a vulture; he went straight tank, and he built continuous marines also.
Yeah, yeah, I guess it is a pretty big difference, yeah. I don't play a lot of TVP.
Well, you were switching to Terran at one point,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I always loved TVZ, one of my favorite matchups, but then whenever I tried to swap, I would basically just die to carriers and storm, and I would be like, nah, I can't play this matchup. So I
Well,
never really got too deep into it.
well, I mean, you're still facing a lot of Storm and Zerg versus Protoss. I guess you don't have to deal with carriers, but
It's not quite as bad somehow. It's and also you get to kill a lot of Templars when you make mutas, so it's just not the same.
yeah.
I mean, that's why they always said the hard matchups in StarCraft are PvZ for Protoss, TVP for Terran, and then PvZ for Protoss.
What about Zerg
No,
versus Terran?
ZVT for Zerg, of course. Yeah,
Yeah. But now with
historically.
but now with Sulky and Soma and those people leading the charge, it looks like Zergs are starting to
Yeah, Zergs
dominate.
are looking strong, but I still think like it's one of the hardest ones to play.
Yeah.
Like until you hit like some crazy skill level that obviously Sulky has and those guys have, but none of us ever really got close to that. So it's always been a hard matchup to play.
I mean, I remember you always talking about, the 4 dropships being ridiculous, but also talking about how Terrans just build 10 vessels and just irradiate forever.
It starts earlier than that, man. It starts with the first 5 Marines
Oh, okay.
that go out on the map, and it's supposed to be a fake, but then it's not a fake, and it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, we
are you really
saw.
gonna build 8 links? Like, come on now.
I mean, some players Dude just died to the first 3 Marines. I think I watched a game yesterday where somebody just lost like. I actually wasn't it last week Sulky versus C where C ran across the map with 3 Marines and killed 4 drones.
Yeah, things like that happen a lot. They happen a lot.
But then Sulky still won.
Well, because he's sulky.
Okay.
No one else can do what he does. So
That is
for
true,
us
man.
mortals, it's very oppressive to play against Terran. But Gypsy wouldn't agree with that.
Well, we're still waiting for Guy to qualify for ASL because he's apparently the same level as C, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because he's not in Korea that he can't make it in. Do you think that's what's keeping him out?
I think that does have something to do with it.
If he could go to the LAN, I'm sure Guy would make it in there. But we're going into a break, and then we'll be back with our losers match, which is Snow versus Mini. And we are back going into the losers match. Hard to believe that this is what it is. One of these players is going to be eliminated. It's going to be either Snow or Mini. I thought these two players were the favorites for the group, but I was clearly wrong.
Yeah, absolutely crazy to see these two legends in the loser match here. Two of the absolute best Protoss players in the world. And now they have to PvP each other to see who gets eliminated.
Yeah, I'm actually more worried for Snow here because he seemed kind of off versus Speed. Like, yes, he got good Reaver damage in the beginning, but the build order follow-up was kind of weird. Mini's movement versus Rain was kind of weird, but like at least his build order was similar, right? Like everything made sense other than his one attack at the natural, which was kind of strange. Looking at the maps, this is going to be Deja Vu. This is the most standard map in the map pool. Then we've got Minstrel, so we already saw that. That was game 1 of Speed and Rain. And then Dominator again. Okay, and looks like we're ready, so let's just get straight into game 1.
All right, in the top left, or in the top right, we have Snow.
Yep, and in the top left, we do have Mini. Now, you were mentioning like the drops on Radeon, right? How the shuttle had direct access into Speed's base. This time around, Mini has gotten good spawns here where he's going to have a nice path straight into the main, and Deja Vu is another map that has huge surface area into the main. I mean, you can easily get a drop in.
Yeah, we can see it. Snow's main base is faced directly towards Mini, whereas he has his natural towards Snow, so I guess that's good for Mini if we get to that stage. We'll have to see what openings they actually choose. Who's gonna scout who first? Do you ever think like 2-gate is strong in PvP? Because whenever I play Protoss on the ladder, I actually run into it quite a lot.
I think a lot of players on the ladder run into 2-gate often. I think 2-gate is kind of underrated, in my opinion. Like, I think it comes down to scout timings, and in the recent games that I've been watching of PvP, a lot of players are scouting really late, so if you, like, get last scouted, for example, or if you're playing somebody like Rain, you know, like last game where he didn't even scout at all until, like, way far into the game, I think 2-gate can get a lot of damage, but I just never see it for whatever reason.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, obviously at this level, I think I saw a game at some point off Snow against 2-gate where he just held it with some really, really insane micro. I think it was against Bisu last season. On Dark Origins. Yeah. So I guess that's why 2-gate isn't used anymore. But it looks like both players now going for a scout, Mini going for a cross scout. Maybe he wants to check for proxy gates or something like that.
An interesting scout pattern from Mini. Scouts the center. In Snow, he is going to find Mini first. So, like, in this particular scenario or particular game, Snow didn't scout late, so 2-gate would have backfired. But I've seen other games where he scouts extremely late, like sometimes not even at all, just like goon scouting. But this time around, finding him first is going to be fantastic. And Mini, you know, he's not necessarily going to go to top right. He could go to bottom left, and you know, then potentially find Snow last. But it looks like he is going to go bottom left. No.
Look, we got a manor pylon right now. But yeah, none of the probes are actually stunned. So I don't know if this is worth it. If you're just blocking a mineral patch, but you're not blocking any probes.
Well, it bounces those probes to the back like you see there. So I think it is worth if you're going to cancel. If you're going to just let it complete, then yeah, I think it probably wasn't worth. But Mini's in a predicament here because he didn't get into scouts. We know that everything's normal, but this could be like DT, and he's going to have to respect that.
Yeah, so small advantage for Snow so far. Looks like the range started. We'll see if these guys like do the exact same build once again, like we saw against Rain from Mini.
I have a feeling. Oh, whoa! Is that 3-gate? Oh, sorry. I saw the cybernetics lined up along with that line, and I thought that that was a 3-gate there. But now I see that the building is a little bit smaller than the rest, so it is just going to be Robo opener. That's a fast Robo, is it not? 330 Robo? Is this skipped range Robo?
Yeah, that's a lot faster Robo than Snow has. Maybe it's because of the map layout. He's like, you know, drops could be really good here, so I'm going to go for a really fast Robo, but...
Well, what is that probe doing? Okay. It's just chilling in the center for some reason. I actually thought like he might start proxy gating there, but that doesn't make any sense. But a Nexus comes down for Snow. I guess he realizes that, hey, I didn't get scouted. This guy must go Robo. And probably Observer follow-up. So he's probably going to follow up with 3-gate. Yep, 3-gate, and then a delayed Robo himself.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier about PvP. Like, this is one of those ways where you can get an advantage if you just completely skip detection and your opponent does not go DT. Then I think now Snow is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, now if you're Mini, you're just going to be playing from a deficit because he's going 2-gate Observer. Yes, he's going to get into the main and see what Snow is doing, but he is not going to be happy that once again his Nexus is going to be slower than his opponent. It is a fast support bay. And he did open shuttle first. Okay, so he is going to have the ability to go for a drop really quickly.
Yeah, but Snow is going to be able to produce so many Dragoons. There's still no Robo, it's just pure units from him, so he's going to have so many Dragoons, and Mini's going to have to really do something with this Reaver, because the expansion is already finished. So it's a gateway advantage, a unit advantage, and an income advantage.
He definitely has to get in and do something. Maybe he can catch Snow being too aggressive, because Snow doesn't know like what Mini's actually doing. Of course, he's guessing that he's just doing what he is actually doing, but you know, if Snow makes a move while the Reaver's out on the map, all of a sudden, you know, he doesn't have anything to defend. Like, if he was to go right now, there's nothing.
Yeah, I think once these 3 Dragoons join the army, Snow is definitely going to go for a push. And the Reaver's going to have to be used defensively.
Now, I don't know the exact timing of a 3-gate, but does this look like it could be a 3-gate no Nexus? I mean, he's putting on a lot of... No, there's no way. Protoss, the Mini has way too much stuff for it to just be a 1 base. So he holds this, but now Snow can just sit outside the ramp.
Yeah, and he saw the Reaver, so now all he has to do is defend against drops. And he knows it's not DT tech as well, so he doesn't even have to get a Robo yet. He can get more gateways, which I think he's doing. Going up to 5-gate, 6-gate. Oh no, that's a Robo.
Yeah, so 5-gate Robo. This is just going to be an overwhelming amount of Dragoons. And the Observer still hasn't been sent across the map. I'm waiting for Mini to see that he's actually been gotten again, having to face big econ Protoss. We do have Mini moving out with this Reaver. It has double Reaver, yeah.
Yeah, so 2 Reavers, obviously that's a little bit scary for Snow. Mini still can make stuff work, but look at how small his army is. Like, the Reavers are obviously, he needs to get some really, really juicy shots here.
Okay, well that was nice. But at the same time, Mini was not paying attention to that army. He bleeds off, what, 1 for 1? I'm worried that this shuttle's going to get hit from the back. Oh, the Zealots are doing work.
Yeah, that was nice by Mini. He cuts off a nice chunk of units here. He gets another shot with the Reaver. Now the Goons are coming from behind, so it's going to be a big flank from Snow.
Yeah, but Snow is attacking kind of preemptively. Like, he's not synced up together, so he almost loses Goons on both sides of the trade. Oh, he needs to get rid of that shuttle. But he's going to instead lose a lot of Goons. Is he dead? He's dead.
The 2 Reavers are still alive. All the Goons get cleaned up. And now he has a big army advantage here. And every time those Reavers shoot those Dragoons, they take so much damage. Looks like he's even abandoning his expansion. This is huge.
He can push up this. He doesn't need to just kill the Nexus and back off. He can actually push to victory. Like, he's got vision with his Observer. There's no way to deny it. Well, I guess you do have to make sure that the Reavers don't bug out on the ram. And it looks like this particular type of ramp doesn't bug out.
Oh, he's so far forward with the Reavers. The shuttle does die. Now Snow can actually kill the Reavers.
What? He didn't even kill the Nexus.
And now Snow actually has his own Reaver, and still his whole army survived, and he didn't lose probes either, so I guess Snow holds.
And look at Minnie's camera. He knows that that was a massive mistake. I thought he was going to kill the Nexus at least, but now he didn't even get that. He lost both his Reavers and his shuttle. Now Snow has a Reaver himself and 5 gate versus, what is this, 2 gate?
Yeah, 5 gate against 2 gate. They both have Reavers, but Snow has a base. I think pushing up the ramp was just too greedy from Mini, and it didn't work out, and Snow picked off the shuttle, and then the Reavers died, and he finally cleaned it up. But that looked really scary for a while. But yeah, I can't see Mini coming back from this. He's swinging his army around the bottom side, so it looks like he wants to make some kind of counterattack and then maybe have some miraculous hold with Reavers on the ramp. It's smart, but I'm not sure it's going to work. Snow actually sees the units, so now he's moving back as well.
Yeah, I don't think Mini can commit. He just won't win the battle. There's too many gateways. Like, probably rallied gateways would be enough to defend this. Now, I saw Mini sending his shuttle across the map. He needs to get in here and get some probe kills. There's still no observer, or is that an observer for... That's a shuttle. There's still no observer for Snow, so he still doesn't know where the shuttle is. And actually, in Snow's main, there's nothing. But instead, the Reavers are in the center of the map, blowing up a couple more dragoons.
Oh, big shots. And now these units are isolated again from Snow, man. So this could get crazy again, but Mini has one more attack, but there's 2 Reavers. Like, Snow looks like he has everything needed to hold this, but if Mini actually catches those units out in the middle and cleans them up before he attacks, he might be able to make this work, but...
He needs to somehow get rid of these Reavers. If he can get rid of the Reavers, I think he can win. There's a battery here, so Snow... Well, I mean, that took full damage, but he's just going to heal him up with the battery, whereas Mini also took a big shot, and Snow's just going to counter. Okay. Heals up. Oh, lost it! And that one at the... Okay, that was a lot of damage, but it doesn't kill anything.
Yeah, both Reavers die, but now the army comes in from the backside, but these Reavers are still alive. He needs to get really, really big shots, and he does kill these goons. What am I even watching here? Like, how did this... There's another Reaver on the ramp, so that's pretty hard to attack into. But Mini once again pushes all the way up. New Dragoons finish from these 5 gateways.
This time around, he has to go in. Like, he's got to try and make it work, but he loses the shuttle, and he loses both Reavers. And there's the GG. And Snow, he's going to take that game. But just... barely, you know, Mini kind of botched his first attack, not getting rid of the Nexus.
Yeah, what a wild game once again. Like, it's so hard to predict who's going to win at any point, because these guys can just make these attacks work when it really looks like it shouldn't because of their unit control. And interesting game, but like, that's one of those situations where Snow just got the early scout and took a bit of a gamble and really got away with it. And it's just really hard to fight against someone who skips Robo and gets a Nexus when you're the one playing safe.
Yeah. Man, it just wasn't any luck on Mini's side there. He also scouted, you know, Snow really late, so he never got the intel, whereas Snow knew exactly what the follow-up was going to be. And now Mini, former ASL champion, this is his potential last life. You know, if he loses here, he's out of there, and it's going to be Minstrel. This is a tough map.
Yeah, he's up against it now, and that would be crazy for a guy who makes a round of 8 and round of 4 so often. So.
Yeah, and Snow, if he can make it out of this group, he has good chances to go deep in the tournament also. So we are ready with Game 2, Mini's last life here.
All right, in the bottom right, we have Snow.
Yep, and in the top left, we do have Mini. And now this map, even though I haven't seen PvP on here, I feel like if there was potential for proxy gates, this is one of the maps because you can proxy in so many locations.
Yeah, Nyoken, looks like you're right. This probe is going out very, very early. So definitely looks like something is about to get proxied here, and wonder where he's gonna put it. Looks like he's going around the center. Probably just gonna put it outside the natural, I suppose, or...
I think it's going to be like between the net and the third base. Yep, right around here. Okay, now this is going to be really hard to scout because, of course, you could have put it at the net, you could have put it in the main, you could have put it at top middle, you could have put it in the middle. And it's a 2-player map. You could have just built it in your base. This is going to be a 9-9, and if Mini does some type of delayed scouting, he is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is really, really tough to hold if you go anything like 1 gate gas, which he probably will go, and he's still not scouting, so... This is going to really be a test for Mini and his micro, because he's going to see this really, really late. And like I said earlier, like last season, I saw Snow hold against this, against Bisu.
Yep.
So it is possible, but that was one of the craziest holds I'd ever seen. So you need to have really, really insane control to be able to pull this off.
And by the way, Mini did scout his name for it, so he's at least scouted for that, but he needs to send a probe out now, man. He needs to see this. He needs a pylon at his ramp. He needs a battery. It's a cybernetics. It was straight cybernetics, not even a zealot. And I like how Snow delayed the scout, so it doesn't look like it's like super fast. He's not giving it away, and Mini's not scouting at all.
Yeah, I think there's a zealot being built right now, but this is pretty much the worst opening you can have against this. You're going straight gate core.
Well, at least he did build 1 zealot, but the zealot is already here, man. And the pylon, his second pylon doesn't help him. Uh-oh. Well, now the gig is up, isn't it?
Yeah, why would the pylon be built there? I think he knows now. That's for a shield battery. And now the micro battle starts. For now, Mini is okay, but the second zealot is already on the ramp. It's going to be here really soon, as well as the third zealot already on the way. He's pulling the probes.
Snow needs 1 more pylon and a battery himself, and he can wall in the goon. What was that battery placement? That's not where I was expecting it to be built. Now, that battery might actually die. That's a lot of DPS. He did not cancel it, by the way. So that's 100 minerals lost. Oh, but look at this. Oh, the goon actually popped out in the right position.
Yeah, the goon gets out, and obviously with the range, he can, in theory, kite these zealots endlessly. He pulls the probes. A lot of probes are already dying, but there's now 4 zealots.
But he got the zealot. I think it's over. He's like not mining at this point. Like he's already lost what 3 probes, and he lost the zealot, and he's just gotta disrupt this. He's still mining gas, by the way. He really needs to pull off of that, even if it's just 1 probe. Yeah, he's not mining. Look at this. He's not mining any minerals.
Mini is dead. He has no minerals. All the probes are dying. There are 2 goons, but this is too many zealots. There's still 6 of them alive. You just can't kill them fast enough. There's only 5 probes left. Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Mini right now.
Yeah, he's microing his heart out, but like you said, it's just 2 goons. There's no DPS here. It's gonna take
1
forever.
goon is about to die. It dies.
Yep.
Oh my god.
See you, Nexus. Now we've got 2 probes, 2 goons, and a dream, and the dream's over for Mini as Snow is going to eliminate him.
Yeah, wow. Snow takes a really quick 2-0 and just eliminates Mini from the tournament. A very rare round of 16 exit for Mini. And Snow gets a rematch against Speed for the final spot.
That is going to be a hype rematch. You know, Snow's not happy about how the first game went versus Speed. But speaking of not happy, that was a disappointing way for Mini to go out. You know, like I was saying, sometimes these Protoss players, they just don't scout. You know, I don't know the exact reason why sometimes they scout after gate. Sometimes they, you know, scout after core. Sometimes they just don't scout at all. But that was one of the few times where he really needed to scout and he just didn't.
Yeah, and it kind of just looked like Mini had no way to hold it because his goon didn't get locked in. It got out, which is exactly what you want. But it was still just way too many zealots. So it almost looked impossible to defend. I'm not sure what he should have done differently to defend, but it looked impossible.
Yeah, also this battery ended up not being canceled. It was just killed off. So like it went about as well it could have as well as it could have. Oh, the probe is what locked or what pushed the goon out. I was wondering how that goon got out. I'm like, wait a minute, shouldn't it have fit through there?
Yeah, so here you see like the goon finishes, but then the probes get pulled and he still just has no way of dealing with this amount of zealots.
Well, the problem was he if he had built the battery on the left side, then he could have like been healing that zealot while the battle was happening, healing pros. But because the battery was on the right side, he couldn't really ever use it at any point. In fact, I don't even think it got used once.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if that would have mattered, but I did just notice, the zealot that he did have, it like got surrounded by four zealots and immediately got taken down.
Yeah, no, with the battery more closely, he might have been able to buy enough time to actually get up to 3 goons. I think once you have 3 goons, you actually have a chance to start killing those zealots off pretty quick, but he unfortunately never got there.
I think so also, and we're going to be going into another break, and then we'll be back with the final series of the day. And here we are with the final series upon us. Rematch from earlier. Snow looking for redemption versus Speed. Speed looking for redemption from last season, eliminating his nemesis here. And Speed so far, even though he wasn't able to take down Rain, he's playing really well. Meanwhile, even though Snow kind of dominated the series that we just saw, kind of shaky, especially on game 1 of Deja Vu versus Mini, and kind of shaky in the game versus Speed earlier.
Yeah, Nyoken, I'm very excited we get to watch Speed play a couple of more TVPs because I really like the style this guy brought to his games he played so far. And this is a great storyline too because of last season, Snow just completely destroying Speed and then Speed picking Snow for this group, and now they get to battle it out to see who is the last person to advance.
And in the group selection, Speed said he wanted to get into the group with Snow, and I'm like reading that, I'm like, just what did you say, man? Like, why would you ever, like, out of all the Protoss players to pick, why Snow? But I mean, he's playing really, really well. He kind of reminds me of how Royal was playing, a couple years ago. Like, Royal was big time macro, big time micro, but Speed honestly looks like kind of an improved type of Royal here. He's like playing out of his mind. But let's see what the map picks are. Okay, Dominator. We saw Speed absolutely blast best on this map in the round of 24. Then we've got Pantheon, which is the big map that I was talking about. And then Minstrel once again. Again, we have a Monty Hall ban and a kickback ban. So Speed just does not want to play kickback. And I think that makes sense because of what I was saying. Like, it's a good map for the first 20 minutes for Terran. But then after that, you better have won the game. Otherwise, you're in big time trouble.
Yeah, I think good bans from both of these guys and nice set of maps to have these games on. Pretty standard maps, I guess.
And we are ready, so let's get into our first game of the final series of the day.
All right, in the top left we have Snow, the Reaver God himself.
Yeah, and in the mid right, we do have Speed. Now, what do you think is the possibility of it being back-to-back 2FAT games? Is that possible?
I mean, nothing is impossible, but I think the chances are really, really low here. Also, Rain is also a different player than Snow. Yeah, it's just so unlikely that you would do a 2FAT and then do it again right after it failed. So.
Yeah, I think I've seen in the StarCastTV Star League players like Bishop attempt to do 2FAT timings versus Snow, and just as soon as I see it, I'm like, dude, you know who you're playing versus, right? Like, this guy's going straight Reaver. Like, this just can't work in that particular game. Bishop found out real quick why 2FAT doesn't work versus Snow. Now, we do have, okay, it's going to be Pylon Scout. Now, he's going to go bottom left because if you can scout them first, the gas is towards the scouting probe, so you're easily able to gas steal him. But he's not going to be there, so this is going to be a Pylon Scout, and he's not going to get anything in return.
Yeah, so that's nice for Speed, but I do think this layout is a little bit different because there's no high ground, right, to push on going into Protoss. So Speed can't really do the same thing he was doing against Rain.
Yeah, if he does some type of pushes, it might be pushing to take his third base at top right and then pushing to take his fourth base at top middle. But that would be kind of risky, right? I imagine he'll still probably just take bottom right and his mineral only, but I guess you could do that if you want. If it was someone like Barracks, I think for sure he would do that because he just pushes all the time. But I didn't actually catch the gas timing this time for Speed. I'm gonna guess it was probably 11 to gas again because he got the right side mining and you got the increased boosting on that position. And this time around, Snow shows mercy for our Terran, doesn't just harass the SCV across the map.
And it looks like the SCV is even changing the path, so he is gonna go to the Protoss base right away. And the probe harass starts, of course. How often do you lose an SCV to the scouting probe, Nyoken?
Well, not very often, but I'm also not playing 3,000 MMR players on the ladder.
Look, it's gonna die.
It's dead.
He's
gonna get it.
He kills it.
Well, I can tell you what I would do after this. It would be.
It's a late scout too. He didn't even scout him first position. He got him second position. He still takes out the SCV.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's gonna kill this too, probably. But I would have already alt queued out of this game. I mean, I'd be like, all right, let's just go
Even
next.
if you were an ASL, you would have already left.
Well, maybe that's a little different, but I don't know, man. I would already be so mad.
I think the Terran did see that there's no range yet, or is there range? There is, right?
Yeah, he's got range coming.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're the same way. I don't know if you would act like that in a tournament, but I remember I've played you a couple times where you missend your overlord and you just leave and tell me to go next. I mean,
Dude,
you have this.
at some point, you started telling me if I had an overlord over your marines, you'd be like, "Dude, move your overlord. I don't want to restart this game."
Yeah, because you always left. He got the SCP, dude. How?
Yeah, so
Oh
just
my
showing
god.
off his micro there. It looks like it's not a two fact, or is it? No.
It's gonna be this time he snuck out the vulture. I guess the one thing that is I guess that Snow has to be worried about is, he sent his probe back pretty quickly. So, Snow could, or Speed could turn this into an all in. So he doesn't really know what it is, but he's still going for a really fast robo, 355 robo. So he'll still have like Reaver almost in time for any type of timing.
Oh, it looks like the
Oh,
vulture does get in. That's kind of nice. Going to be able to get a full scout. The probe's going to move into position to block. Takes out one. It's going to take out a second probe, isn't it? Yep. And he gets the scout. This is really, really nice for Speed. He might even get a third probe.
oh my gosh. Okay, this is what he needed to get back. And he gets 4. That is amazing damage. I would say all he needed to do was get 2. But now that he's gotten 4 and gets the 4 full scout off, that is fantastic.
Yeah, that is. You couldn't wish for a better start as a Terran player. That's absolutely amazing. He saw everything. Speed is looking like this might be one of those games where he might not be able to not be behind like he normally is.
Yeah, I hope he can just have a normal game here, because he had an unreal comeback in the first game versus Snow. I can't even imagine how absurd his macro is going to be if he can just get his stuff up and running. Now we do have a bit of harassment here, but not very much. I think it was it Observer? Okay, I see support bay at the natural. No, it is straight support bay. So he's going to try and get some Reaver harassment real quick into the main.
Yeah, I guess this is pretty much what you would expect from Snow since he's so good with the Reaver. He's gonna go play like this most of the time. And Speed really not doing anything special this game. No starport, no third factory like we saw him do against Rain. Not even an armory, so I wonder what he's thinking to go for.
Well, he needs to be thinking about an eBay now, because he still
Yeah.
hasn't started it, and there's going to be a Reaver out on the field in a second. But at the same time, the reason he has skipped the eBay is because he's going to do a push, and this gets into an awkward situation for Snow, because he's rushed the Reaver. He wants to hit the SCV line, but if he leaves, he's going to get hit with a timing that I don't think can be stopped. But luckily, I think he's going to see it.
There's four dragoons, and there's gonna be a Reaver. So I think he should just crush this.
Yeah, so now that Snow or Speed sees it, he's not going to commit anymore. But now he knows that the Reaver is out, and he can, have his turrets come up pretty soon. Is there still no eBay, man? This guy's playing with absolute fire to not have an eBay still.
I think the eBay is being built right now. But it looks like this push is buying enough time that the Reaver will not make it over to the Terran base, but now the shuttle does fly around. But seeing all those units, you can't really commit the Reaver to the Terran main base either, because your goons would get killed. So this is actually an interesting way to counter the Reaver play.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players like Light do this type of move. Oh, he gets... Okay, clutch pylon. I thought he was in
Wow.
there. And now he's going to get some Marines too. Okay, this is... Well, I think... What? How did that do? Those are the slowest units in the game, and it still didn't connect.
Yeah, imagine the Reaver if we were playing on a modern interface. It would be a crazy unit.
It would be unkillable. It would be unstoppable. Kind of like those, what, in StarCraft 2, the tanks when you could load them up in a dropship in siege mode? Like, what was that?
Yeah.
Well,
But these units are now going all the way around, and Like, Speed is just not letting Snow do anything with this Reaver. I mean, once again, he's coming in from behind. Now the goons are out on the map. This is kind of getting crazy.
Yeah, and he doesn't realize that the tanks are here. This movement from Speed is absolutely crazy. And because Snow didn't kill any Marines, actually 6 Marines have a lot of DPS onto the shuttle. That was a good connection. Doesn't take he's still, you can see he's focusing the shuttle. It's getting pretty low actually.
And 2 more goons died in the natural. The vultures now get in.
Dude, the shuttle...
vultures get into the main base and the shuttle is almost dead.
Okay, luckily there's a Reaver here to help clean this up, but Marines are in the natural. Okay, 2... Look at this. Reaver.
Wow.
Okay, that was good damage. Okay, that really softened up a lot of the tanks. But the... Okay, I thought there was going to be a goon there, but doesn't get a big mine connection, at least not just yet. But this is still a lot of disrupted mining time. However, I do want to point out that Speed supply is really low. Like, I realize he doesn't have that much fighting army, but I'm hoping that he didn't... Well, I think he cut a lot for this, because I just see his natural gas going down right now. Oh, I just realized I didn't have sound on. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but I think all in all, when Snow actually did a really good job holding that, because that was looking so dicey with the shuttle being so close to being taken out. Units everywhere on his main, on his natural, but the Reaver in the main cleaned up the vultures, and the Dragoons cleaned up the vultures in the natural, and then the tanks got taken out by that Reaver that still survived, so that was a really, really clutch defense.
Yeah, good defense there. But now that Snow is held, he's going to take a third base. Speed, I have a feeling he cut a lot. Well, I mean, maybe he didn't cut a lot because he was only on, what, 2 or 3 factories? And
well, he's going up to 6 fact.
Yeah, now he's going into 6 fact because now he needs units to make sure that he can get his third base. But thinking back to the game versus Rain, you know, he was sitting on just 35 workers for a really long time. So I'm hoping he has a little bit more than that.
Oh, but there's now 2 speed shuttles flying into the main. There's a tank here, but that's a lot of zealots and 2 Reavers. That tank is going to be taken out super quick.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Why don't people do drops like this anymore? And you can see, well, this time around, Speed didn't have a lot of mines set up, didn't have good turret placement, and now he's going to get exploited here as both turrets die. There's not any more tanks. Oh, he sniped the shuttle, but there's another one. So he's going to be able to save these Reavers.
Yeah, I guess he didn't end up losing too much. A lot of those depots are damaged. That was a nice little drop from Snow. But you know, we're not seeing anything like we saw last season when Snow just completely crushed Pete with 1 Reaver.
Yeah. And despite this damage, Speed is still close in supply. I mean, maybe it's because mostly it's vultures, because I noticed he didn't have that many add-ons. It didn't look like he had that many tanks. If I was to guess, I would say maybe he has like 4 tanks in total, so it's pretty skimpy in that sense.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell like who's at. Like, it feels to me like Snow is ahead. Oh, that mine. What happened there? I guess that mine was locked onto the Reaver and then the Reaver got picked up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And we do have Speed is going to expand towards bottom right, so he really wants that gas base instead of the mineral only. But that does make it more surface area for him to defend. I feel like that's going to be pretty rough, especially with the speed shuttle out in the map. We've got vultures. I don't even know how they got out onto the map, but he's probably going to do a run by onto the third base in a second.
Yeah, and there's only 1 cannon there, so he might be able to get a bunch of probes. Yeah, it looks like he will get... This is nice. This is nice for Speed, getting at least 4 probes. 5, 6. 7 is a lot, man.
Yeah, and Snow needs to do something about that damage. He needs to shut down this command center. And this is why I was kind of questioning taking this base, because this might actually get canceled. Maybe not to just 1 Reaver, but if there was a second Reaver, that would be a lot of damage.
Yeah, building this on location like that is kind of crazy without any units here, but looks like the tanks will come down.
We'll in the end up saving this base. took a couple of Vulture losses, but not too many. I'm curious what Protoss is up to, because it looks like it's a gateway flood with like Citadel and Storm, because I don't see like any big buildings in the corner of his base. So I don't think it's like Carrier Arbiter. Yeah, it is. It is just going to be... Oh, it's going to be double Robo Citadel
it's going to be that
Archive.
style with the mass shuttle, mass storm. It's going to be interesting to see.
I find this style to be so hard to deal with. Like, you lay a million turrets and mines and Goliaths at your third base, but as soon as you move out, they just counter it. And yes, they'll lose their whole army, but you're like losing your SCVs there. Or they shuttle bomb your main. Like, your main's going to be open, especially on this map.
Yeah, and in scrappy games where the fights are happening everywhere, I just feel like Templars are so good.
Yeah, they're great. And, oh, can he get some more juicy probe kills? Still only 2 cannons. 3, 4. Okay, I mean, it's decent. I don't know if that was worth, but he could afford to throw away some vultures.
Yeah, considering he's playing 3 base versus 3 base, the fact that he's getting these probe kills again and again, it's actually quite impactful, I feel like.
Well, here we go. Shuttles down to bottom right. Looks like he may be like reloading up the order. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna drop this base. How many units are there? There's quite a lot of units actually, so...
Oh yeah, this is...
And these Goliaths too, they're gonna kill those shuttles quick.
Well, that's what you think. But what happens is, if you're not, like, watching, they unload even a single Zealot, and then the Goliaths retarget the Zealot. So, you would think shuttles would blow up real quickly, but in my experience, unless you're really on top of it, they don't die that quickly. But either way, he still had a lot of stuff there, so I don't think it would have done a lot of damage. And Speed is on the move again. He still has a huge army, 150 supply with 1-1. He now has a lot of tanks here.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna do a big timing. Snow
like
sees
that.
it's coming, and this is not like that game where Snow was going carriers. Snow is just gonna match this ground with his own ground.
Those SCVs, what are they doing? They're long distance mining, but there's no command center. I don't think the replay's broken, but it's just kind of a weird amount of SCVs to send over there.
Don't you feel like Snow has the perfect counter to, like, he's gonna have so much storm, so many shuttles to shut down this ground attack?
I think it's
a good
counter.
I feel like Speed has the turtle.
I think he is kind of turtling in the sense that I think he's gonna sit here and take his third base and just slowly push the top middle, because that top middle base is really close, so he might as well just try and get there. Also, if he gets top middle, it helps defend his main from drops, right? Like, the only way Snow would get to the main is if he goes all the way to the top right corner and then down. I guess we'll see if he actually commits, though. And we've got a... No, it's just gonna back off.
This is one of those games that I feel like is so hard to play on the Terran side. There's just units from Snow everywhere, and you can't really... When you're playing against Storm, it's so hard to move quickly. So everything you do has to be so...
Well, Speed's doing a good job. He's got mines everywhere, and even though Protoss has the big-time mobility with the shuttles and the Speed Zealot, but Terran doesn't have to move very far. And look at this, his Vulture attack across the map has gotten a lot of Zealot kills. He's used up all his mines, so he's just gonna patrol micro right here. And he's gonna probably kill a lot of these too. Look at this.
Yeah, these trades are actually really nice. Just Vultures killing Zealots.
And he kills the probe. I mean, it's not a big deal to kill the probe, but it prevents, you know, that probe going to bottom left to start taking the other main also. And this is also buying time for Speed to get into his 2-2. I'm getting worried that Snow, first off, is not mining his third gas, not mining his fourth gas, doesn't have a fifth gas, and every time I look at his main, I don't see any big blocks of buildings like for Stargates, so it makes me think that we're all in Gateway Man with Storm, and this is a map with a lot of high ground. He's got floated eBay. I don't think Snow's going to win an engagement. Like, there's mines and tanks everywhere.
Yeah, now both players are maxed out, and now the Terran is taking the middle of the map. So far, Snow is still avoiding the engagement. He literally has units everywhere, but once again, the vultures cut right through the center and lay more mines. And
okay, here we go. Snow's had enough. He's going to make an engagement. But where's his stuff? Like, this is not all of his army, and Speed is on the move here. Did Speed go too far? I mean, those are very far forward tanks. That's some good storm. How many tanks will it actually kill? It didn't really kill that many tanks.
I think killed like 3 of them, yeah. But yeah, the Terran is very split. This is... But it's also really hard to attack into this for Protoss. Yeah, it's not a very good storm.
Speed has done a really good job microing his vultures, like limiting the amount of damage a storm does, or Zealots getting on top of them. And now, I mean, look how close he is to being on high ground here. And once he gets onto high ground, he can easily push that third base. He's still got the eBay here floating to soak up hits. He's got a vessel now.
Yeah, and Snow just trying to get a little bit of damage done with the Zealot bombs. Takes out another tank.
He's gonna lose that shuttle though. And plus
That's
2
a
weapon.
nice storm.
Plus 2 weapon is done for Terran now, by the way.
But you don't really see like 10, 15 tanks. You're seeing like 8 tanks. I'm not sure if that's enough.
Yeah, I'm looking in his main right now. It doesn't seem like he has that many add-ons. But he's just very diligent with these mines. He's going to kill more and more Zealots right here. But it looks like these shuttle bombs are like doing massive work or something, because I see Terran has turned around.
Yeah, I wonder where are the Terran tanks, because his army is not looking that scary. Like his harass is looking scarier than his main push.
I don't know if I like this. It looks like Speed has given up his push, and now is going to try and hit bottom left. But that's going to allow these storms to be on high ground. It also means that Speed can no longer push top middle to get another base, and he's going to get all of his tanks caught.
Yeah, and he's just giving away these tanks almost for free, and I don't know what they were doing in the center of the map all by themselves like that. He's still trying to push to the bottom left with his army coming down. He's everywhere once again with his vultures laying down mines.
I just realized that bottom middle has a base, like not the main. So I think what he's thinking is maybe top middle has been mining too long and that's kind of pointless to push there. But what he can do is if he can somehow deny bottom left, then he can somewhat split the map like 5 bases versus 6, and maybe like, you know, force Snow to get mined out. Maybe that's the logic here. He's gonna kill this base. Snow needs to do something, man. Like he's defending very well with the Reavers, but he's not like hitting the SCV line at the mineral only. Like there's no defense there. Yeah, just go attack. He sees that there's only mines.
Yeah, it looks like Speed will kill this one Nexus, but that bottom side has cannons, Reavers, and DTs, so that's super hard to push into. Snow, on the other hand, now finally doing a counter push, but that's a lot of vultures and a lot of mines. Let's see if there's some tanks here as well. Not that many, but still hard to push into this.
Where's the storm? Storm! Okay, ends up saving a lot of the SCVs, but the storms still do good damage. He knocks down, what, maybe like 10 SCVs or so, and eliminates a lot of the mining.
Yeah, that was a nice push from Snow. But he's not mining from 7 o'clock. He's not mining any of the gases on his outer bases.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh. Oh my gosh, another great storm.
That's a big storm.
Oh, that's fantastic. Now he's gotten like legitimately like at least 15 kills there. These goons are gonna die, but not the biggest of deals. Snow still has a pretty big bank. I do gotta say, look at the gas for him though. He has no gas income. He's still not mining his third gas. Now he finally puts probes up there. I just now noticed that he put them there, and the 4th base just now gets the gas up and running.
But this looks so hard to push into. Those 2 Reavers, the cannon, and the 2 DTs. You can literally throw a huge army at that, and you would lose everything. And that's basically what's happening. And Speed is just dropping down in supply. while not being able to kill this bottom base. And Snow, with his handful of units, is being very effective in the center. This is exactly what makes TVP so hard, because there's just fights everywhere, and with these smaller numbers, Protoss can be so efficient, especially someone like Snow.
Storm now. This base got canceled. I think that we're gonna see Speed maybe go for one last ditch attack somewhere, because this base got denied. I think this best course of action is to now again put pressure onto top middle and maybe try and expand to top right. But if he doesn't continue to push bottom left, you know, you mentioned that the probes were not effectively mining bottom left, but he can now transfer over there. He could get that base up and running.
Yeah, and it looks like he will now make a big push, but like this, what Ten really wants is just one massive fight with all the mech units in one place against all the Protoss units in one place, but Snow is just not giving that to him. As soon as Speed pushes up the middle, Snow comes through the bottom with this small army, and now he's just gonna disengage again.
And this army disengages as a scan goes up at top middle, spotting a lot of Zealots and Tombs getting into position to hit the mineral only once again. Here we go. There's a decent amount of mines. Okay, guys, we've been waiting for this mass drop somewhere. He's gonna shuttle bomb the bottom right base. He's gonna take down a couple of tanks. Meanwhile, Speed is starting to push towards top right.
Yeah, Speed actually looks like he is cleaning up on both sides, so very nice hold from him. And now maybe finally he can do a big counter push onto Snow here. I don't see a lot of Templars right now. That shuttle probably... that's 2 Reavers. Big siege up, and all the Zealots are getting melted by the Vultures and the Goliaths, but the supply for Speed is dropping rapidly.
Only 100.
That is a lot of tanks, though.
That is a lot of tanks, but there's no support really for them, and it's still like 12 gate Protoss. There's still a lot of units down at bottom right where he's now found them. He's gonna start sending them up towards top right. But this base, even if it gets knocked down now, I mean, this base is gonna be close to mine. Yeah, look, it's less than half. Like it took too long for him to deal with this base. Now it's not really that important anymore.
Yeah, if he would have done this attack 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, this would have been a lot better. But now it feels like, yeah, like you said, it's too late. Like the game has moved on from that part of the map, and it's all about denying the bottom left bases now, but he's nowhere near those.
Yeah, and with him being only 125 supply, I don't think he can really win a battle anymore. He just needs to try and stall the game out even longer, get these top right bases up and running, get, you know, more and more tanks. But I don't think Snow's gonna allow that. I think Snow's waiting, just trying to find the angle. How do I engage onto this?
I think Snow can clean this up whenever he wants. To be honest, he's maxed out. I feel like we're at the stage where all he has to do is just group up all of his units, and he would roll over Speed.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Speed does have his command center done at bottom middle, so that's going to be where he puts his 5th base. And once again, Snow on the move here, trying to shut down this mineral line. Okay, that was an immediate pick off onto one of the Templars. That one just hanging around. No storm. He's going to get rid of that tank also.
Like Snow, every time he engages, he's just so careful not to overcommit and throw in all his units, even when he could, I think, at this point. But he's just being so surgical, you know, with the storms and then with the goons and picking off a few things here and there and then pulling back. Speed does have a 5th base now at the bottom, but at this point I feel like Speed is spread very thin as well.
Yeah, he's heavily reliant on these mines. First to get detection, to get vision, but also to get some key hits, because there's no way he can win a straight up battle 200 versus 140. He does have +3 weapon, and Protoss actually only has +2 weapon, which is kind of weird. But the storms and the Reaver damage has been so good. There's another good storm. An immediate EMP actually hits that 2nd Templar. But is it just too much? Good mine connections right there. Eliminate the Zealots again. This guy, he just refuses to die.
Yeah, there are mines everywhere, and Snow just threw away a lot of his units. What a crazy game once again. Just battles everywhere, and like Speed now cleans up this army. But look at how many bases Snow has. He basically has almost the whole map. But we are approaching the 30-minute mark, so
what is it, 8 base? I mean, I realize not 8 bases are mining anymore, but he's got 8 bases of the map. He's got a lot of gateways down at bottom left also, so now he has capabilities of flanking from all angles. Speed, once again, is going to get on the high ground. He does have a sizable supply. He's got 150, needs to get rid of the shuttle, what he needs to do. He just, okay, a good EMP hits one of the Templars.
Good cleanup once again from Snow, just killing off those tanks with the help of a storm. But every time, Speed just has vultures everywhere on the map, and that's really causing a lot of trouble for Snow, because once again these mines are getting laid down, and Snow is so active moving around everywhere, but the fact that there's just mines everywhere really makes it difficult. Now he picks off a bunch of probes.
He does get a lot of probes, but he loses every single vulture here. So it's like 10 vultures for, I don't know, 15 probes. But Protoss has 8 nexuses. I mean, he could queue even just 2 or 3 out of 5 nexuses and be completely replenished. So big losses in my opinion for Terran, and Terran no longer can take top right. I just don't see how that happens, but maybe he can get this mineral only down at bottom left and, you know, slowly push.
I think he has to. I think he has to push the bottom left, but big drop now on the 6 o'clock base. Oh, that was a very nice storm. I'm wondering how many SCVs there are actually left, because I feel like a lot of them have been killed throughout the game.
I'm not sure. I think he's got a lot at his mineral only, but not too sure how many he's actually at his 4th base anymore. So there's Vulture attack at top middle again. So again, Speed finding value. Again, still hovering around 140, 150 supply.
Yeah, if he could get to max out just once, I feel like he could do a big attack, but he just seems unable to get up there. Oh, nice storm drop once again, killing 2 tanks.
Yeah,
I don't feel like that's too many SCVs.
Yeah, the SCV count is pretty low, but he is only mining 2 bases. It's probably fine for 2 bases. If he can stay on this low SCV count and max out, then he would have an insane trade most likely. And maybe that's how he can, you know, bust bottom left. If he busts bottom left, Protoss is going to be pretty much broke at that point, because everything else is mined out except for mid left, and he doesn't have anything mining at top right.
Yeah, and trying to take now the top right base, but that's a little bit ambitious because he just has so much area to cover that there's just no way he's going to be able to defend that base. That's really the problem right now for Terran, is that the later the game goes, you have to be everywhere on the map, and it's very hard with mech units to defend against a guy like Snow who has just a few Look at this, 3 goons and a Templar, and it's trading pretty well with these Goliaths and these Vultures.
Really good mine connections once again, kills a lot of zealots. His Goliaths took a lot of damage, so he needs to repair those. But Snow's not maxed anymore. I mean, he's almost maxed, but not maxed. And Terran, with all this Vulture play, like, once again, has bought a lot of time to now have a decent amount of tanks. I don't think Snow can counter anymore. I think if he counters, that's going to be a big mistake, because now he might actually trade bottom left. Oh, he gets the vessel. That's huge. That's another good storm, but he gets rid of a lot of SCVs, but this is a huge army at bottom left. Oh,
yeah,
great
this
storm.
is getting crazy. Oh my god, the storms on everything. But it's so few Protoss units, but these storms are just cleaning up. There's so many of them.
Oh my god.
So much of the Terran army just died basically to storms only.
Yeah.
I think the counterattack has helped, but all of a sudden this army looks a lot less scary.
If he could have had that vessel land even 1 EMP, that would have limited the storms immensely. But now, well, I mean, Terran still has a massive army. Yeah, it's just so much.
I think because the worker count is low, the army just, even the supply isn't that impressive, the army still looks pretty damn big. This is actually scary for Snow.
He's about to kill mid left. Okay, he needs to make sure that these 3 tanks don't just die to zealots. He needs the vultures up here ASAP, but instead he goes into the main. There's still a Reaver here, and more storms.
Reavers, storms, cannons, like this is a nightmare to attack into. He does take out the Templars, which is nice. But Snow saves the base on 9 o'clock, so...
But now Terran's, he's killed that natural. He's now pushing into bottom middle. It didn't look like that many probes died at mid left, because I could see they're now mining there still. But Snow has, oh, by the way, the top left base, the expansion, not the main. Look at that mineral field. There's nothing mining there. So actually Snow's like really low on resources, especially if he loses bottom middle or bottom left.
Yeah, this is a crazy one once again. So many vultures are pushing in. I think the Reaver is still alive, so it's really hard to deal with. All of these units from Snow running to the center, but I do think there's mines there. He wants to probably cut off the reinforcements, kills a few tanks as well. Still a cannon there to prevent those vultures as well, but this army doesn't look that big anymore. I think he's gonna crush this now.
Well, you would think he's going to crush it, but he's lost a lot of zealots. He lost the shuttle. He's lost a lot of zealots to mines. It's 150 to 110 now. Tanks are now getting in range of the base. He just needs to make sure that the DT doesn't do critical damage. By the way, Vulture is denying mining at mid-left. It looks like Protoss transferred a lot of those probes over to the top left base, so he still has that mining. A Reaver died.
He has to scan. He does scan. Wow, man. He actually gets into the 6 o'clock. I can't believe it. And oh, once again, the storms just come in so clutch, defending, killing those tanks. But there's still 4 tanks left. But look at all the units outside the base. Like, surely he can clean this up now whenever he wants.
I think he can. There's a Reaver attack over at the mineral only, by the way, of Speed Space. I think now Snow has finally done it. No, man. Why are there random units over at these bases? I thought
because
that was
because of the speed shuttle threat. He has to leave a whole bunch of units at every base, which makes it so his main army so much smaller. Yeah, Snow has done such a good job dealing with these attacks, dealing with the vulture harass all game long, and now he's still mining from 4 bases against basically almost 1 base from Terran, I feel like, and the supply dropped below 100, but also Snow doesn't have that much. But big attack here into Terran's base, but that's a lot of tanks. Wow, getting some more SCV kills, very nice, but the Protoss units will end up dying, and now the supplies are looking really close again. But Snow has a lot of money in the bank.
He does have a lot of money, whereas Speed has no money. He's basically got, like, what, 1 base mining? I think he lost the command center floating to top right, so he can't even float over there to try and take that. I guess he could float his natural.
This has been 35 minutes of just non-stop action. Like,
I know.
It's crazy that Speed is even showing this kind of class playing against Snow. Really showing that he can go toe-to-toe with the best PvT player in the world. And once again, a push with the tanks and the vultures, but the Saddles get on top of the tanks, more storms as well. It's just the storms, man. They just keep taking out all these units, and it's so hard to play against. Every time he pushes into anywhere, there's Templars just whittling him down. And I think now he's finally ran out of steam. Like, he's at 60 supply. He doesn't have a lot of units left. Looks like Snow has finally done it.
Yeah, also with the mineral only drying up, he doesn't have that 2-base econ anymore. And Snow's still sitting at, a 60 supply lead. The vultures, like, he's done immense damage with the vulture harassment, but now there's not really any place to harass anymore because all the defense of Snow is at bottom left, because that's basically his only mining base. A Reaver, why is there a 37-minute Reaver drop?
Why not? But yeah, he denies the base at the top right. Just in time, because that was a lot of SCVs ready to mine. And this feels like a last-minute ditch effort attack now to push the bottom, but the Saddles get on top of the tanks, the Vultures do reinforce. And the Reavers join the fight as well, so...
Yep, SCV's drilling down to bottom left. I guess it's a long-distance mine. I mean, they gotta go somewhere, right? Oh my gosh, the connections. Get rid of those tanks, and Speed knows it's over now. GG scans coming out.
Yeah, what a fight. He put up a really good fight there. What a game. But Snow does take it and goes up 1-0 in this last best of 3, but that was another totally ridiculous game, man. I can't believe that.
Indeed it was. People always talk about how Vulture's the strongest unit in the game, only takes 75 minerals, you get 3 mines for free. But I think that might have been the best use of Vultures I've ever seen. Like, there were mines literally everywhere. The entire game, harassed multiple mineral lines, got damage when he shouldn't have got damage. It was just absolutely crazy. But Snow, he's just so impeccable with his defense, but he was almost broken.
Yeah, and it's really hard to do that against Snow, by the way, because Snow is really good at dealing with vultures and cleaning up mines, but Speed, man, he really makes his APM work, and he's just able to get so many mines out and get so much done with his vultures in different places. And it kind of reminds me of Sharp, who's also really, really good with the vultures, just being everywhere at once and getting those mines out, because he's making it so hard for Protoss to play.
Sharp, his nickname is the Mine King, so it makes sense that you would recognize that. I mean, Sharp also has some crazy vulture play, but now Speed is on the ropes here, and I think Pantheon is a tough map. It's also a huge map, so I really do think that we could see carriers here. So let's get into game 2 and see if Snow can actually close it out.
All right, so up 1-0, we have Snow in the top right.
Yep, and in the bottom right, we do have Speed. So one thing I will say about Speed so far in this tournament is we haven't seen any gasless expand. I think now's the time you pull out the gasless expand. You've clearly shown that if you can get to mid and late game, you're super deadly. But how about we get to mid and late game with Mega Econ? That's what I would hope for if I was him.
Yeah, but this seems to be an interesting map. I mean, all the bases are on the edge. There's basically nothing going on in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, that leads me to believe that this is kind of hard for Terran, because you have to basically push the edge of the map or the corners of the map, and that's usually harder for Terran to get to because there's a lot of distance.
Yeah, it's really large. Also, the middle of the map is like completely open, so I think for Speed this could be a good map because of how diligent he is with the mines, but he's also going to be pushing up into high ground. So at mid right, for example, there's high ground, there's a ramp up there that you have to go up, and with the Snow micro with the Reaver, I think you're just going to have to avoid that pathway because you're never going to get past the Reaver. Also, the storms were crazy last game, so we'll see what Speed is this 14? No, I thought for a second it might be 14 CC, but it looks like it's going to be 11 gas probably again.
No, he went up to 12 and
12, okay.
12 gas, okay. Yeah, and a gateway scout from Snow, and he's not going to scout quick. I wonder why he opted for a 12 gas here over his usual 11 gas, actually. I wonder what the reasoning is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he still had a really fast gas timing here because of the right side boosting, but maybe he hasn't been getting the damage he was expecting with the 11 gas Vulture. And, maybe he thinks that Snow's not going to 12 Nexus here. And this time he's right because it ends up being just normal opener, no Zealot, just straight Cybernetics.
Yeah, pretty standard play from Snow, but last game he did get the Vulture in and he killed those 4 probes, right? So, but here it would be a lot harder. I mean, this ramp looks really hard to get through. He does get the scout off, and he'll be sticking around to see if Snow gets a quick range.
Marine coming out. Okay, that is kind of a far away factory, actually. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer towards his natural. I instantly looked towards his gas to see if he was still mining 3 on gas, but he's not. But interesting placement, I guess.
Yeah, do you actually think about your factory placement, or do you just put it wherever?
Well, I'm pretty cognizant of where my factories go because I'm not like Flash who can screen switch very well. I need everything to be in good locations. But I guess it does make sense because where he has his racks right now, there's not a lot of area, but where he has his factory, he can start putting, I mean, he has much more space over there. And once again, is this SCV going to die? Well, he actually got away for now.
Yeah, he got away and he pushes back to Dragoon, so he's going to try to get that SUV home safely. I don't know if he will. Looks like he outsmarts the Dragoon, so he gets away for now. We got the add-on, so I guess he's probably just producing tanks.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a tank. I think he may try and do the same thing. Well, I was going to say it was the same thing on the Dominator game versus Rain, which was, you know, it was a 2-fact, but what I was thinking is maybe like a 5 Marine tank Vulture attack. That could be pretty solid. It'll hit really fast, and he's with the fast add-on. His tank is going to be, yeah, really quick. Well, he has 4 Marines, but I guess he's not going to attack because I didn't see him getting the upgrade for the mines.
Yeah, nothing in the machine shop. No bunker. This is probably just like a fake push.
Yeah, I think it's just, hey, I'm here, you better build units, because if you don't...
Yeah, exactly. So he was hoping to find a goon, but then he moves back when he sees there's no goon.
Yep, there's the second factory, and I didn't see like a fast armory anywhere. I don't think you could afford 2-fact and an armory at this point, but just didn't notice it. Okay, 3-gate ob. Alright, so he must think that speed is going to do a timing, and it looks like he's going to be right because it's a second tank now. The way this factory is coming online really looks like it's going to line up perfectly with a 3-tank rallied vulture attack.
Yeah, interesting. So, but I think Snow should be ready for that, right? Because he has goon range. That's a weird pylon placement. But probably he makes that pylon to deal with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
But 3 gateways, I mean, he should be completely fine against a push.
He should be, especially since he has the observer out. And there goes the egg, I guess, to get rid of... to have units go out a little bit faster. Double add-on. Alright, so is it going to be mines and speed and mines? I really thought that he was going to be on the move right now, but he's not.
I think he's going to be moving soon. Like, it really looks like it's going to be a tank push with then rally the speed and vulture mines. But now he's getting turrets, so...
Yeah, now I don't think he's going to do that anymore because that time has come and gone. But he doesn't have... Okay, I was about to say he doesn't have siege, but he does. Yeah, that's perfect timing. Alright, well, he gets siege mode. I really thought it was going to be spider mines and speed. Now with the double add-on, it's interesting because Protoss now sees that, okay, dude, you have double add-on. You didn't go for those upgrades. So what are you planning? Is this like a 10-tank push with like quick 5-fact behind it?
Maybe he was just doing a build that he thought would be good against the Reaver play that Snow usually does. Because yeah, he didn't... It doesn't really look like anything special, but he has 5 tanks.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is going to be like 9 tanks and go with 5 factories. Because he's still building non-stop tanks. Really, tanks are great, but they kind of slow down a lot of your build. Actually, it's starting to look more and more like the Minstrel game. Remember how he did this exact same thing where he built a turret near his rally point and then just went? But this time it's with 4 factories.
Yeah, when he played against Rain, yeah, he did exactly this.
Yeah, I'm still confused why there's not an additional factory, but I mean, tanks are very expensive.
Well, he's got 4 of them, and he had 3 of them against Rain, so that's 1 more at least.
Yeah, but it was also triple add-on. I still don't know
yeah,
what that was.
This has to be like a big attack, right?
Yeah, alright, well...
You wouldn't just take your third off this.
Yeah, there's no way he's taking a third base. So he is going around the side like we were expecting. He leaves 1 tank back for defense. First Reaver is out. Remember, it was still a 3-gate observer opener, so Snow still has a lot of stuff. What is that Reaver doing? Get in the shuttle, man! He mistakenly didn't load it up.
Very rare mistake by Snow here. But yeah, like you said, there's a lot of goons everywhere.
Well, supplies are even, man. That's a lot of tanks. That is so much firepower. But there's not buildable terrain right here. So, oh, he gets into the natural. Reaver. Huge shot. Is that all he needed? Okay, he gets rid of 2 tanks.
He took out 2 tanks.
He might kill that Reaver. I don't... Okay, now he realizes that he has a Reaver. He takes out 3 tanks. Oh, he's getting picked apart, man. Okay, that is still a lot of vultures coming in, though. Still even supply, 76 to 76. Vultures into the natural once again. No, don't! Okay, it doesn't kill that many pros, but he gets a couple more follow-ups with the vultures. The speed is really catching Snow off guard because, I mean, this shuttle is still just hanging around. Like, usually it's, you know, Snow being very diligent with his shuttle control, but he almost lost the shuttle to just Marines.
Yeah, they're fighting across almost the entire length of the map, and
he's here.
Like you said, yeah, Speed really is a super quick player, and it's really showing because he has no problem just fighting everywhere and kills these goons now as well. And he took a 20 supply lead. He's somehow making this work. I can't believe it.
Yeah, this is similar speed to the Barracks. I mean, Barracks does pushes like this also, but Barracks I don't think multitasks like this. I mean, this is crazy. Another tank falls. Now the Reaver's starting to do work as Snow can finally focus on just one position, but he has lost so much here.
Yeah, Snow is really up against it. That final Reaver gets taken out. Like, Snow is not mining from that 3rd base. There's only 3 probes. He lost a lot of probes in the natural, in his main. And Speed is just rallying units across the map. And there's one more Reaver. He has to kill that tank. He's not dodging tank shots this time, man.
He's not. I mean, he might kills the tank, but he's going to lose this. Well, I think the vultures need to escape before the goons kill everything. Losing 6 vultures for free would be quite the loss. There he goes, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, I think now though Speed can transition from this. He can go into a macro game, and looks like he will take a 3rd base. And once again, vultures try to get into the natural, but that's a nice block.
I'm actually
at least all the tanks are gone. So
yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that despite all that damage that he did, you know, on the Minstrel game we saw him like flood 8 factories. He didn't. Okay, now he's that's an academy. I was expecting him with all of his gas that you can see up there, 1,000 gas, to him put down like quadruple add-on, go like 7 fact, and just try and end the game.
Yeah, I think he's still looking to be in a great position though. Like, he can still do that right now if he wants to. I mean, once again, he's going to kill 2 probes. And Snow is just really struggling here.
Yeah, he's in trouble, to say the least. Hopefully those buildings that just went down are not Stargates. I don't think they are, but if he tries to go Stargates, he's going to get blown out of the water. Like, Speed's econ is crazy, especially with his 3rd base coming up in just a second. Reaver needs to get some damage here, but he's gonna unload on a mine, and it actually connects, and it dies.
Yeah, that's once again very rare to see Snow take a mine hit to a Reaver, but the shuttle does get away barely, so that's good. But not too many SCVs died. Nice defense from Speed. He looks ready for everything Snow is able to throw at him.
Well, Snow's recovering. You know, he's still within 10 supply, but you never want to be down supply in Preuss versus Terran. Look at bottom left, hidden base for Snow, so that's how he's going to try and get back into this game, is sneak a base.
Oh man, what an interesting strategy. Not something you would expect from Snow, but I think very smart in this case. Also because it's on the Terran side of the map, so if this game does go into the late game, that's going to play a factor. But the vultures kill the pylon, get in once again. The Reaver is there, picks up the probes, but he's still losing probes, and every probe he loses, even if it's only 4 or 5, it's really hurting him because he's trying to come back. GG.
Wow.
Speed takes it.
Yeah, and finally, all that harassment pays off for Speed as he turns it into a victory. Absolutely crazy multitask. You know, I'm not a big fan of 4 fact. Like, I think if you can 4 fact, you might as well 5 fact. but he really made it work. That tank count, what was it, 7 when he went? I was worried when you remember the Reaver drop on top of the 3 tanks did like immense damage. I thought, oh no, we're getting split up again. But he still made that attack work.
Yeah, he's just making it so scrappy, and then, I mean, it looks like it should be almost impossible to execute. I think very few players in the world can play like he just did, but he's just microing everywhere and then putting down some mines, and we can clearly see that even Snow, even in that first game that Snow won, he sometimes just has a hard time to keep up with everything Speed is doing. And that was a really well played game, and he just I can't believe how good this guy is playing.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So I guess we're going into a break. Maybe somebody had to go to the bathroom or something. I've never seen this in the middle of a best of 3, so I guess we'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, now we're back and we're about to go into game 3. Speed is playing out of his mind today. Domination in game 2. Almost came back in game 1. And now we're going to be going into game 3, which, if I remember correctly, is Minstrel. So a 2-player map, man.
Yeah, very, very exciting here. The last game to decide it all. Snow against Speed. Maybe the beginning of an epic rivalry between these two.
It could be. Like, imagine if Snow makes it into the round of 4 again, or Speed somehow makes it into the round of 4, and they get into the group selection again, and they both want to be in each other's group. That would be hilarious.
Really exciting to see the young 30-year-old Speed,
Yeah.
the Terran, breaking onto the scene like this, making his mark.
Well, this would be
after 15 years of practice.
probably even longer than that. Yeah. That would mean that he started in 2009, but we all know nobody started in 2009 in Brood War. So this is the final game of the day. All comes down to this. Snow does not look like he's in a great mood right now. It's Minstrel.
All right, so in the top left, we do have Snow.
Up and in the bottom right, once again, we do have Speed. I feel like we're going to get gas stolen again. I can't imagine you not going for a gas steal here, but I'm sure Speed is accounted for that, and maybe he'll just do what he did last time, at least with the opener, which is fast expand. Maybe he'll cut an SCV to go for a 10 gas. I've only seen players like Sharp really be the one to cut the SCV. Every other pro I've watched generally just accepts that they're going to get gas stolen and just plays it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because last game he basically did what he did against Rain on this map. But yeah, look at that. Very early probe scout once again. So I guess every single game you play on a 2-player map, you're just gonna get gas stolen no matter what, because everyone seems to do it.
Yeah. One of the fun parts of PvT for sure is just knowing when you get Dark Origin or Minstrel, you better be a good gasless player, otherwise you're kind of doomed. And here comes that probe. I guess the question for me is, we know that he's getting gas stolen, but how many SCV kills do you think this probe's going to get?
Yeah, interesting. Well, he already got one before when he scouted him second position, so... I think... Well, Speed looks like he's, you know, really into the zone, so maybe he won't lose any this time.
Oh, it's 12 Nexus this time. He gas steals at 130-ish. No gate, but Speed hasn't scouted, so he's not going to be aware that this is the actual opener.
Yeah, and he might not scout because he seems to just want to kill this probe right now. So that would be unfortunate, because against Rain, he definitely scouted pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that in none of the games on these 2-player maps, first off, he didn't scout the opposing player, but he also didn't even go to like the low ground to scout for proxy, right? Like, we already saw Snow proxy on this map. We know that you can proxy almost anywhere, and he didn't even, you know, scout for that.
Well, he's finally sending that SCV across the map. But yeah, without the factory, can you still do a Marine SCV push against 12 Nexus? I feel like you probably can't, so...
I mean, you can try, but it's pretty risky. He needs to have, like, this SCV not get scouted and be able to build a bunker from far away. Oh, that's...
It's a lot of damage on that SCV.
He doesn't even get into the main to see what it is. Okay, it is a 2-gate, but, you know, it could have just been a 1-gate, or it could have been like a forge. He has no idea. Well, it's not a forge because the pylon would have been down there, but he still doesn't know what the follow-up is.
Yeah, and he is sending his Marines to Snow's base. There's probably a Zealot already on the way, and the probe does see it coming as well. I think that Zealot just finished, so...
Yeah, this is not going to work. Zealots, what is the build time, like 19 seconds or something like that? I mean, Marines take an eternity to get across the map. Did he really... I was going to say, did he really skip a Zealot for a Dragoon? But I realized Snow's not even mining his nat, or his main gas. What am I... Okay, he kills a probe? Dude, what is Snow doing? You can't win with 12 Nexus Mass Zealot.
Yeah, I think he knows that. I think he's just delaying it because, yeah, well, the Terran, he obviously gas stole, so the Terran also doesn't have gas. So he's more worried about these Marines. But getting all these probe kills is crazy, especially against a guy that 2-gated.
What is going on? He's gonna kill that probe. He's killed like 5 probes.
Yeah, he's killed 5 probes. He actually took his gas, and this was by no means all in. So that's so much damage.
Yeah, and now the Marine even sees this guy's not mining gas. So...
And Snow did a build that's supposed to counter Marines, like 2-gate gasless Zealot.
Yeah. Like... I don't understand what the plan is for Snow. Is he gonna double gas after this? Like, the factory started before the guy even has his cybernetics started.
Yeah, and the CC is already done as well, so... This is looking like a super good opening for Speed, to be honest.
Maybe he had an Ardo moment where he said to build the assimilator, but he built the pylon or something and didn't have the money.
Didn't make.
Yeah, didn't make. Happens at the
Tries to run by with the Zealot, but that is denied as well. So one more Zealot goes down. Man, Speed is... I think this is the best position we've seen Speed in, like, all day.
Yeah, easily. Well, easily for now. If these 3 Zealots get here in time and he can actually run by, then it won't be great. But it doesn't get there in time. It's going to be another 3-fact.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I actually hope that this is DT, because one thing I noticed about Speed is he's been getting really late academies.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of liberties with just basically ignoring the DT possibility against Snow. but it's going to be the Robo. So he's doing what he did against Rain. He's going to have 3 factories. Let's see if he builds the add-on. He's getting an upgrade, but he might just do a big push again, like he did in the last game.
I think it's going to be the same thing. Well, maybe not, because he doesn't have his nat gas, and last time he did this 3-fact triple add-on, he had his nat gas really quickly. But for now, it's just Marines, 1 add-on. He already has 3 facts, though. I think that's the eBay that went down, hopefully.
Yeah, even adding more and more Marines, like he's still producing Marines. He's got 7. Like, he could just walk across the map.
Well, he definitely can, because he knows the Cyber's late. He knows that the range is probably not even done. Even if it's just 1 tank, 7 Marines have really high DPS and can at least soak up hits. Rallied Vulture with mines would be fantastic also, and here we go, on the move. Now, I mean, maybe this can't work because I see 3 goons are already out in the map, and by the time he gets there, it's probably going to be 5. But Reaver's not going to be out.
Yeah, but a Vulture rally from 3 factories is kind of crazy. Like, normally it's maximum 2. So this is a very, very scary push. He also puts down mines at the 3rd base. But that's 2 goons and 3 zealots is quite a bit. I'm not sure this is enough for the Terran to push this back.
Yeah, and Zealots are pretty, well, they are in general pretty tanky. And now with, I don't think this can work. There's 5 goons now with range. Zealot is really low, right? No, actually, that was a pretty healthy Zealot. So basically, all the Marines are gone. And now that's all that's left is 1 tank and 2 Vultures. But at least what this does is it prevents the base from going up at bottom left.
Yeah, the probe gets taken out, so he basically contains Snow into his base with the mines. There's no observer out on the map, I don't think. He sees the shuttle as well, so yeah, now he can just go home. I think he just put down more factories. And if he kept up his SCV production during that whole push, I think he is still in a very good spot.
I think so also. I'm curious if he has turrets up, because I saw 1 at his natural, but I don't see them in his main. Also, you gotta remember, he's been building a lot of Vultures, so, you know, we could be in a situation like the Radeon game where, yes, you have a lot of Vultures, great, but how are you gonna kill this Reaver?
Does this have a Reaver? Or, yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, this is pretty scary, yeah, because he doesn't really... Where are the tanks? There's 1 tank, 2nd tank. I guess that's enough to hold 1 Reaver.
Looks like he's not going to get much else, just a turret and an SCV maybe, like maybe a Vulture. I don't think he's really going to get much else other than this, and while this is happening, he's going to get his 3rd base started. There's no Goliath here, so there's no threat, and there's also no siege. So he does need to be careful. Well, there goes 1 tank. Does trade a goon for it.
That's really nice, getting that tank, getting a couple of SCVs picked off, but the 3rd base finally does go up. I feel like that's a pretty late 3rd at 9 minutes. You can see Terran is getting the upgrade as well. And he's got 5 factory production going now, so his army should get pretty big pretty soon. There we have the Citadel too, and more gateways being added.
Yeah, this is a smart move from Snow. He didn't see a command center on the outskirts of the base. He didn't see he didn't see a starport either, and that mine connection, you almost never see that from players like Snow in particular. Very diligent with his unit control, but he loses 2 goons for free. But what I was saying is I think the Citadel is a good read, because he should have seen either a starport or a command center, so he knows that this was a lot of factories.
Yeah, but the 3rd CC does go down, and this just is like that new Terran style where they just make a lot of facts first and make the CC later. And he puts it down on location like he's been doing pretty much the whole day. Very confident play there, and now it looks like we do have a bit of a push going out on the middle of the map.
Yep, in the meantime, there was a Vulture attempt to attack the 3rd base, but it looks like the building positioning was a little bit too... Oh, he's actually pushing! Oh, huge shots!
Oh, those
There's
Reavers.
A lot of stuff here, though. Oh, the Goliaths, they don't have range. At least I don't
those
think
Reavers killed 2 tanks, and 1 more tank was very low HP, so I think the goons finished it off. And once again, he's trying to get those shots.
The mine didn't really connect that well. He does lose everything. I can't believe that Speed still pushed through. Wow, he has so much!
Dude, Speed is looking so scary. I think he he might be eliminating Snow from the tournament. This is insane.
Yeah, this is crazy. The tank count is still really low. He just always has so many vultures. Okay, well, he's gonna get in again. We've seen this before. How many probes is he gonna get? There's two vultures in there. One tank and just a lot of vultures are doing so much damage. He's in there again.
He's running by this time. Oh, the Reaver is done. I think Snow actually defended that really well. I think he barely lost any probes. And now he's cleaning up this tank. But a lot of goons died as well, so...
Yeah, but...
And there's just units everywhere. Look at the middle of the map. I think there's vultures going to the left.
Yeah,
he keeps reinforcing this push as well.
Yeah, the camera went over there to the bottom
There's
left.
nothing there.
Whoa.
Okay, he just walls in.
He is lucky to get that wall up. You still get some probes.
Yeah, but if he would have ran straight in there, I think he kills like 10 probes.
Probably would have. Now he sends a Goliath over here. Why? He's just like, you know what? It's something that's already out on the map. I might as well. He's gonna get another probe, maybe. Well, he should. He's gonna get this cannon.
Killing the cannon is nice.
And he can just leave. There's some other action, action right there, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of damage dealt. Speed has gotten his third base up and running. You can see it at bottom right. Oh, wow, he's very far forward with that tank.
Yeah, kind of a strange position right now. Just one tank, a couple of mines and a turret out in the center. I think Speed has to be careful that he doesn't throw away too many units right now, because as you can see, the macro from Snow is really kicking in. There's a large goon force.
More vultures, this time gonna get caught by some dragoons. He needs to do something about this third base, whether it's range it with goons or Reaver or something. This one tank, well, I mean, it got off a juicy shot, but it's in the end gonna get taken down. More vultures to the bottom left, man. Okay.
Yeah, but there's too much right now. The push pretty much got held, and Snow didn't take game-ending damage, like didn't lose too many probes. So the game kind of got reset, and the tank count got fully reset. And now we're just on 3-base Terran versus 3-base Protoss. I don't know if Speed is upgrading to 2-1 or if he's got the science facility.
I don't know if he has science facility either, but I do know he has triple add-on. That tank count is going to ramp up really quickly, and he scans and he sees the Stargate basically just started, so there's no chance of there being Arbiter for a long time. All he has to do is make sure he doesn't take ridiculous damage to the Reaver and Storm drops. And he's almost even in supply with Protoss again.
Yeah, and taking this fourth like that is crazy. Like, he doesn't have a lot of units, but he is stretching himself pretty thin. But this tank will die to these Reavers, and this is actually a vulnerable position for the Terran. Those SCVs might get killed. Oh, the Vultures get in again.
Just rams his way through there. He gets 3, 4, 5. He's trying to drag that goon in there. 6, 7, 8, something like that. Oh, and look at this. Oh, I don't think he's in range of the Reaver, but he's gonna get a goon, 2 goons.
He's just so crazy with the Vultures getting in there, man, every time.
I don't like it, man. I don't like the carrier switch. He scanned the Stargate timing, so he's going to scan later to see, you know, when it starts blinking. And Terran already has 7 or 8 factories. Also, Terran is near max, right? Like, how do you ever get these 3 Stargate carriers running?
Yeah, that should never work against a Terran who is on this many factories, this many bases. He defends the shuttle as well in the top right, and he's looking so strong, Speed is.
Well, it was just a single armory, and Starport, like, is just now finishing, so he doesn't have science facility. He doesn't have +2 weapon coming anytime soon, but if he was to build it and immediately upgrade, by the time he gets +2, there will only be 3 carriers. But once again, Speed is on the move. Shuttle dies. Okay, that was.
But this is a lot of zealots coming in.
Yeah, and
where's the vultures? Up.
Where are the vultures?
There are none. But he has a few Goliaths, so he does end up taking out the zealots. But this was a nice attack from Snow, I feel like. Got a bunch of value for not that many units. Look at Terran's main base. I don't know how many factories that is, but it must be like 8.
Yeah, I think it is 8, and that was actually a really good trade for Snow. He's now, he's not even in supply anymore. He's up 30, and now, oh my gosh, goodbye. Well, this one, oh, and the tanks were out of siege. Speed, who's been playing crazy well all day long, finally gets caught, and losing all these tanks is huge. Now, Snow can definitely get the carriers out in time.
Holy smokes, man. I can't believe how fast that turned on its head with the move out from Speed, the counterattack from Snow on the third base, and losing all those SCVs, all those tanks. That's a huge blow to Speed. Now the Reaver gets into the fort as well. There's a couple of units there, so it looks like the Reaver will get cleaned up. But within the time span of like 30 seconds, this game went from really good for Speed to now looking pretty tough. Like losing all those units, that's going to be hard to recover from. That was all his tanks.
Yeah, every single tank got blown up. Tanks take 32 seconds, so if you wait even for just 6, you're gonna have to be sitting here for upwards of a minute.
Yeah, and his eco took a big blow as well. Like he's barely mining now from this third base.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He still has 4 command centers, so he can rebuild the workers, but yeah, those were massive losses. And again, the just typical mid to late game Reaver just preventing any vulture harassment this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so crazy. Like, Snow looks like he's up against the ropes the whole game, and then he just has this insane engagement, like a slight misstep from Speed, and he turns it all around, and I guess that's why Snow is Snow. But yeah, the carries are building up. There's already 3 of them done, and I feel like Speed completely lost his timing. He's now going to have to play a defensive game, which he has done well before, like against Rain on this map against carriers. He showed very good army movement.
Yep, look at that Reaver control. It's off. He's going to kill 2 tanks. I think it's one. Okay, he's going to come in for 1 more. Yeah, and the problem for Speed now is, unlike the Radeon game, where at least he had good upgrades when the carriers came out, he doesn't have good upgrades. He's got, I think, 1-1. He maybe has +2 on the way. There's going to be 6 carriers, maybe even 9 by the time that upgrade completes. Yep, 6 are already done.
Yeah, usually in this type of games, when the Protoss is massing carriers, they're being pressured, and they often are tempted to bring out the carriers early just to hold on. But there's absolutely 0 pressure on Snow right now. He's just happily building up his carrier count in the shadows. Big push once again through the center. It's a lot of vultures, but this time when he hits the Protoss base, there's going to be about 6 carriers to greet him.
They're already on the way. He still doesn't know that they're here. He has no Goliaths, by the way. Well, unfortunately, yep, there it is. He now just realizes, hey, that 1 Stargate that I scanned was not for Arbiters. It's carriers. Guess what? Tanks do 70 damage, but not to air. So we're going to see Speed be eliminated here unless he has like some type of race switch. I mean, his supply is really close, but he can't do anything to these carriers.
There's the 1 lone Goliath sent forward into its death. And just so painful as a Terran player to watch all your tanks die like this for completely free. Just one of those classic games where he just didn't know the air switch was coming. And if you don't know about it and there's already 6 carriers on the map, it's just so hard. And after losing that entire army, I have no doubt he's going to try to hold on and come back into this. But now Snow has free reign on the map with the carriers. There's so many cliffs, and he starts doing damage at this third base immediately.
Yep, there goes that command center. That's going to put him on like 1 base mining, because his main
Let me just click on that command center real quick.
Yeah, goodbye. He's going to do his patented vulture run by at bottom left. It does good damage, as it's been doing all day long, but there's still nothing to kill the carriers.
Yeah, what can Speed even do now? He's starting to mass up the Goliaths. His 2-1 still isn't done. Snow moves over to the top right, the last remaining mining base of Speed. These Goliaths will push him back, but there's more carriers and Reavers.
And the Reavers hit really hard. It's going to do 100 damage. And yeah, he has like less Goliaths than the guy has carriers. So, unfortunately, Speed, who played absolutely probably the best games of his life today, really delivered in a tournament setting. It's still not enough as he taps out.
GG. Snow does it and advances, but man, that honestly, I like that 75% of that game. I thought Speed was winning, and I really thought he's gonna do it. But then Snow just brings it back, showing his class, really dominating that one engagement when Speed tried to move out, and that just shows that Terran sometimes just has such a hard time to move. Like, if you're playing against these top players, they will just take advantage of the terrain, of the AI, of the map, and just destroy you. But I think Speed can look back on this group with pride. He played some really great games. He went toe to toe with the best Protoss players in the world, and it's really nice to see him play like that.
Yeah, even though he ends up losing here, I mean, he definitely delivered in this tournament. There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? No shame in losing to someone like Snow. I mean, he played out of his absolute mind, and for sure next season he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, because compared to last season, I mean, it doesn't even look like the same player. Like the multitask, I just gotta say it. Like, I don't think I've seen better multitask than what he showed in his games, especially even though he lost Dominator, right? Like, he was super dead, and the Radeon game, it was crazy, his comeback.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, he's up in SCVs, but he decides to make this push without vultures. But this isn't even the pivotal moment in the game where he lost. This was before that, but the fact that he's up in SCVs, like, really showed that Snow was in trouble. But yeah, I think this was the moment where he's about to lose all his tanks, and that pretty much decided the game.
And you remember I was talking about this map, how you can get your army split up. He definitely clicked to go down to bottom left, and his tanks, instead of going down towards the right side and back, they went around the ledge, around the left side, and that's why Minstrel's a veto for me, man. Is I don't want to ever have stuff like that happen.
So, yeah, so you think he definitely just wanted to defend his base there?
Yeah.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
because if you're up 10 workers and you're on 4 bases, all you have to do as Terran is sit back and mass a little bit more and get your vultures up, and then you can definitely push out.
Yeah, he had the 8 factories. His supply was what, 140? So 8 factories, 16 supply each cycle. You do like 3 cycles in your max, and Snow hadn't even started to build his carriers at that point, which is why I really didn't like the carrier switch. I thought for sure that Speed would scan it, get everything consolidated at max, and then just push to victory. But that one pickoff of all the tanks, I mean, just nail in the coffin for Snow to just overwhelm with the carriers.
Well, big shout out to these guys for playing some brilliant games. We had so many bangers, so many long games. Like, it was a great day of ASL, so thank you as well for having me on, Nyoken.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I was looking for some Protoss casters, but couldn't find any. But you helped me out a lot here, and it really delivered, even though, you know, I play Terran and you play Zerg. It was nice to see some really exciting games, and even though they were super long, they really did deliver. I hope tomorrow delivers, because it's a lot of Terrans. I hope we don't have 50-minute games. I hope we don't have, what was it, Sharp versus somebody last week, where there was like no attacking for a lot of the game. Hopefully people will just get in their face and we can have some quick like 15-minute TVTs, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen.
Usually those TVTs tend to drag out quite a bit.
Yeah, if they open up, if they both open up like 12 gas or something, you know, unlike with a gasless opener where somebody maybe gets a little bit of a a little bit of an econ advantage and can do like some type of crisp timing. You don't really have that with 12 gas versus 12 gas, and then it goes split map, or, you know, at least goes to 3 or 4 base, and then you're waiting for somebody to be out of position to a drop or a wraith switch.
Yeah, well, thankfully we'll have you on board as the resident TVT expert.
Yeah, my expertise with the 2001 builds with the tank Goliath, wraith play, Goliath drop. But people these days play vultures all the time. I just now realized that this cast was 4.5 hours. For some reason, it doesn't feel like 4.5 hours to me, just because the games were exciting. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I had a good time watching these games for sure.
Well, I think because this is the first time casting with you, we haven't heard from you in a long time. What are you up to these days? I heard you just got a new house, right? So that should be
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, I moved into my new house. It's been fun. It's been a lot of work as well, doing painting and stuff like that. But yeah, it's I just moved in. I'm enjoying myself here in the Netherlands.
And
I
I
haven't
remember,
really played a lot of StarCraft, but I honestly right now I feel a little bit hyped to play some Terran on the ladder. So maybe today I'll hit up the ladder, try to micro my vultures like Speed does,
yeah,
with half the APM.
yeah. I mean, that's the same thing that guy said. Is he said he's done with Brood War or whatever, and then he watches ASL, and then an hour later he's streaming some StarCraft. I mean, that's what these
Yeah,
games do to you.
it really does work. I mean, honestly, these games are like objectively, if you look at how the games play out, it's just fantastic. It's crazy that this game made 25 years ago is delivering like this in 2024.
Yeah, I don't think there's really gonna ever be another balanced game like this in the depths of strategy, and people want to play it 25 years later. It is pretty unreal. Like I can tell you when I was 18 or something, I didn't expect to be here playing when I'm 38. You know what I mean?
Of course. But I think we'll still be playing when we're 48 and 58.
Uh, well, I wanted to ask about your house a little bit more. I remember a few years ago you were telling me about how hot it was in Europe, and I remember saying like just turn on the air conditioning, and you're like, well, we don't have air conditioning. Does your house have air conditioning?
Not yet, but it will have.
Okay, because Europe's been heating up the past few years, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I actually just tried to get air conditioning and it was really expensive. So I'm like, well, the summer just ended, right? So
Okay,
I'll just get it before next year.
that makes sense.
But yeah, moving towards the future, I think air conditioning is a safe bet. You don't want to have all that climate change and then be without airco and when it's 40 degrees in the summer.
Yeah, when you told me there was no air conditioning, I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's no way, man. I would never survive here because in where I live at least, I guess I'd have to look up the Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion, but I mean it gets upwards of like 35 Celsius where I would live. I mean, how would you survive in that type of heat?
Yeah, it's tough. You just gotta put one of those radiators, the one that blow wind, and then you pray. There's nothing
Yeah.
else you can do because the humidity is also very high.
Yeah, that's another
So
thing
yeah,
is
it's pretty bad.
what we're looking
It's
at.
not like
Go ahead.
it's not like the Arizona heat where it's just like super dry.
Yeah. Oh, did I pause it? I accidentally paused it. Yeah, Arizona heat when I was on the EG house was completely different. Even though it was like 45 Celsius there, which is insane, it didn't feel like 120. It didn't feel like that. But today's results, as we know, speed beat snow in a crazy comeback. Rain kind of just got the best of Mini, and then rain took down speed, snow took down Mini, and then snow gets the victory over speed. But look at this. Because we got two Protoss players out, we now have the full racial balance. We've got two Zergs, two Terrans, two Protoss, and tomorrow we're going to find out who our last two players are going to be. This is going to be Sharp, Stork, Royal, and Light. I think Artosis was saying this is his death group. I can't remember exactly, but this is obviously a star-studded Terran lineup. But Stork, he's been historically very good versus Terran. I think there is a world where he can win, but Light, kind of like Snow, is just ridiculous in TVP, but the reverse for the Terran. Royal's got insane multitask, kind of like Speed. And then Sharp also got crazy multitask like Speed. And Stork, just like Snow, is kind of one of the slowest players. I feel like he's going to have a rough time handling that type of multitask.
I feel like he might be up against it, but man, it's really nice to see him there. He's one of the more old school players as well. I think he was already active in like 2005 or something like that when in the GM clan. So yeah, I've been following Stork a long time, and I'm really happy to see him on this level still.
Yeah, I remember talking to a sim when a sim was a pro. He was saying that he used to play versus Stork. So definitely Stork's as old school as it gets in GM Clan. Everybody knows GM Clan, one of the most legendary clans of all time.
Yeah, definitely. I think Stork is one of the older players here. I think he's 36, so...
So I'm still older, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're still older, but you know, among the Koreans, he's one of the older ones, and
Yeah.
I feel like we can say he's our age,
Well,
even though he's 2 years younger. But
you went. Did you go to World Finals when I went to World Finals, where it was Stork and Savior and Hwashin?
I went to 2008. I don't think you were there. It was Stork, Jaedong, and Luxury.
Okay, I went in 2007. I did just want to mention this before we go. I did get to see Stork play in person, and even though Stork looks like he plays very slow, he had like 300 APM. It looks kind of like how people play the piano, like very natural. Like he's crazy to watch. But anyways, we're done today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with our final group, the Terran Death group, and I'll see you there.
See you tomorrow.